Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Baltzell. I'm the statewide salmon and steelhead manager for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'd like to welcome you to our 2024 North of Falcon salmon season setting kickoff meeting. We got a list of presenters to go through this morning. We're going to start off this morning with some comments from Director Suswin. We'll hear from Kyle Addix, our intergovernmental salmon manager. We'll hear from Dr. Marisa Litz on some climate factors affecting salmon. We'll hear from Julie Watson, our Southern Resident Killer Whale lead for the agency. We'll hear from a list of presenters going over our forecasts for today. And then following that, we will get into some breakout meetings. The one that will stay in here will be the Puget Sound recreational fishing breakout. There'll also be a coastal ocean breakout and a Puget Sound commercial breakout over in the natural resources building, and we'll make sure we get folks the specific information at the end of the meeting. We're planning on this being a couple hours here at the beginning to get through the material. And again, thanks for being here today, and glad you're here. With that, Director Suswin.
Thanks, Mark. I think I'll try to be equally as brief so we can get into the meat of this. I want to thank everybody mostly for being here. I know this is a big investment of your time, and we sure appreciate your being here. We understand the passion of our anglers, and you are the most passionate by being here. We know you're in that group. So I also want to do a little expectations management. I mean, we're here to eke out every bit of opportunity we can. You've got a star team here that's willing to do that. That's why we really want to hear from you. We're also working in a time where we have conservation challenges, and we have to live within those bounds, as you all know. Within those bounds, there's lots of ways to cut up the pie, and that's why we want to hear from you, because we want to make sure we're doing it in a way that works best for the most of you. But when I usually get stopped on the street, which is all too frequent, people want to know when we're going to be fishing like we were back in the good old days, decades ago. We got a ways to go before that's going to happen. That said, we do have a lot of good opportunity here. We want to maximize that opportunity. This team is here to provide that opportunity, to provide us that input so that we can do that. And we've got some good, it's mixed bag as every year, but we've got some good forecasts. We just have to be able to work through our mixed stop challenges that you'll hear more detail about in order to access those healthy runs and abundant runs. That said, again, I understand the investment of your time here today on a work day. I thank you for being here, and we look forward to the conversation. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kyle Addix. I'm the Intergovernmental Salmon Manager for the Fish Program. This is our first time trying to run a hybrid Zoom meeting from this room. We did it last year from the Lacey Community Center in Linwood, and we were getting messages that the audio online was a little faint, and I think they're trying to work on that right now. So I'll try to talk loud for the people at home while they try to get the Zoom audio dialed in. So we're here to talk about setting our salmon seasons for 2024. We always try to remind people who've been with us for a while, and as well as let new people know we work in a really complicated management forum. The North of Falcon process is the annual cooperative process to plan our salmon season for Washington waters. And the name refers to a point down in Oregon called Cape Falcon, which marks the southern border of Washington's management of salmon stocks. And it's one component of a larger salmon season setting process that involves the state, tribal governments, federal regulators, other U.S. states, as well as Canada. So what guides North of Falcon? It's not just Washington. And I'm trying to look at the slide, and we're trying to get through the audio problems I mentioned, so I'll just stop for a second while we work on that. But I'll keep talking in case they need me to keep talking to get the audio adjusted. So there are a whole lot of factors that we have to weigh when we develop our salmon seasons. The Endangered Species Act, we have a number of salmon stocks around Washington that are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. We have management plans to make sure we're not having unacceptable impacts on those stocks, and we have to get federal approval to have impacts on those listed stocks. We work in the Pacific Salmon Commission process. The Pacific Salmon Commission was formed by the Pacific Salmon Treaty with Canada back in 1985. And it's a process that involves fisheries from southeast Alaska all the way down into Oregon. We have the Pacific Fishery Management Council process. So state jurisdiction only extends to 3 miles off the Washington coast. The Pacific Fishery Management Council oversees fisheries in the exclusive economic zone from 3 to 200 miles off our coast. And of course, we have our co-management processes. So we have the USD Washington court case, the co-management that's come out of that, and the USD Oregon court case that guide our management in those waters. And we have an extensive monitoring and evaluation of fisheries statewide. So not only as we plan the fisheries, we plan the monitoring of those, the annual evaluation of those, and that's what guides our fisheries moving forward into future years. Next slide. So this is just a general timeline of north of Falcon. Every January and February, all the state and tribal scientists develop forecasts for the upcoming return year. February, we have this meeting. This year it falls on March 1st, but we share all of those forecasts with the public. Next week, we'll move into the March Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. That's where the council will set initial options for ocean fisheries off the West Coast. And then we move into a long series of public and co-manager meetings throughout the month of March to develop inside fisheries that, when coupled with the final ocean fisheries, will meet all of our conservation objectives for all of our salmon stocks. The April Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting is where the final ocean fisheries are adopted by the council. Those go to the Department of Commerce for adoption into federal rule. And we draft inside fishery regulations that, when matched up with those, will meet all of our conservation objectives. As part of the process in the recent past, each April and May, NOAA has to do an evaluation of our Puget Sound fisheries package under the Endangered Species Act, and hopefully review and approve those inside fisheries. We do have a long-term Puget Sound Chinook harvest management plan that NOAA's in the process of evaluating, that hopefully, once it's approved, we can just plan our fisheries to meet the objectives in that plan and not have to go through this annual review process with NOAA. And then when we get to May and June, WDFW undertakes the formal legal rulemaking process to adopt the regulations that were developed through the public process of north of Falcon. And then co-management goes on throughout the year, not just during the preseason, but as we implement seasons and monitor and make in-season adjustment to fisheries. WDFW and tribal governments implement their fisheries. Those are what drive the data that drive the forecasts that start the cycle all over again next year. There's a detailed schedule in that similar format on the North of Falcon webpage. I won't walk through all of these meetings, but we're here at the March 1st statewide forecast meeting. A lot of us will go down to Fresno next week for the Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. We'll be back in this room on March 13th for North of Falcon 1, where we'll have some information on ocean fishery options, and they'll start to get into more detailed proposals for Washington fisheries. And we have a series of meetings: coastal freshwater, Puget Sound freshwater and marine, Columbia fisheries. Next slide. Not on this slide is there'll be a hearing in Westport on March 25th on the ocean alternatives. And then we'll be up in Linwood for North of Falcon 2 on March 27th. And it all concludes during the April 6th to 11th Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting, which this year will be in Seattle, so closer to home for people that are interested and want to participate. Again, there's a ton of information on our website. All of the meeting schedules, all of the meeting materials as we get to the meetings will be posted there. Most of what was on the handouts outside the door today, as well as this presentation, are available there. If you have any questions about things that aren't there, feel free to contact me or any of the DFW staff, and we can point you in the right direction. And with that, I am going to hand it off to our killer whale policy lead, Julie Watson.
Thanks, Kyle. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here today. My name is Julie Watson. I'm the Killer Whale Policy Lead at DFW. I presented in this room in, I think, 2020, and that was the last time I've given a killer whale update. So it's been a while. Stuff has happened. It's been a few years. It's also been a lifetime, depending on what happened to you over the past few years. But I'm glad to be here today, and I will just be focusing mostly on vessels today, but I think we'll have a few moments for questions at the end of the presentation if you'd like to talk about anything else. Let's go to the next slide. Great, so I'm going to start with some context, and I realize the QR code might be a little bit cut off there. If you're a QR code kind of person, that one will take you to our statewide orca recovery page that's run out of GSRO, the Governor's Salmon Recovery Office. And it's also pretty simple, orca.wa.gov. There's some pretty graphics there. They overview all the threats, all the progress the state has made over the past several years on orca recovery following the Governor's Orca Task Force. So if you're interested in diving in deep on any of those recommendations, the specific threats, what's been going on, there's news stories posted there. That's a really great website and resource to check out. I'll also note here that the population of SRKW has been doing some interesting things. We had a really cool update when they did the census last fall that there were no deaths in the population the previous year, which was really cool and really hopeful. But we know that this is a really long-lived population. One year of trend doesn't really predict the future necessarily. We did lose a member of the population since then, an adult male, and then there was a calf born right around Christmas, but it hasn't survived. So some wins and some decline now in the population. We're down at 74 members. And of course, our goal is to go up from there quite a bit based on NOAA's recovery goals. So next slide. And just as the very basic overview, there are 3 primary threats to southern resident orca recovery. Of course, they eat fish. The ones that are struggling are the ones that eat salmon. Chinook are their preferred food, and they're struggling to get enough food. As they lose weight and get thinner, toxics end up in their bloodstream, and there's toxics in their food and in the water they live in, so pollution is a big challenge. And then finally, these whales use echolocation, like bats, to hunt. And so the propeller noise of vessels around the whales, or even in the larger vicinity, creating a noise soundscape underwater, affect the whale's ability to actually successfully catch food. And I'll share a little bit of the more recent science a bit later about what we've learned about that capacity to catch food. So human population growth and climate change are kind of these grander pressures because we know human population growth, expansion, development impacts salmon recovery as well, and climate change. So these are some bigger pressures or threat exacerbators that we face in this work as well. And last year, there was a paper that came out about inbreeding depression of the population. So the fact that there's so few members means that the genetic stuff is getting a little mixed up. And so that's a hard thing to hear because that's one of the factors that we can't influence. I keep pitching Tinder for whales, and I don't know if they're going to buy into it. But some of these other factors we do have some influence over. So those are the ones we're really focusing on to give them their best chance of improving their population and overcoming this threat of inbreeding. I think we can go to the next slide. Oh, thanks. Okay. So I'm going to focus, like I said, on vessels. The department, we created a commercial whale watching licensing program. We've been monitoring this. We were tasked with adaptively managing that commercial whale watching licensing program and reporting back to the state legislature on how's it going, plus what are we learning about the approach distance rules that changed back in 2019. And so we did that report last, I guess, fall of 2020 at this point. I'll talk a little bit about that and then what happened based on the outcomes of that report. Cool, so the adaptive management process. You're not supposed to read this text, it's okay. There was a big process in the fall of 2020, a lot of stakeholder engagement, review of the science, review of the enforcement data, all kinds of stuff mashed together. And that came out with a report at the end of all of that. That follows that legacy of work and the Orca Task Force work, and then it sent us forward into the legislation that passed last year. And then now the implementation of that legislation, which I'll talk more about. I'll wait on the slide to change. I saw. That's okay. We can hang out. I think I can also predict where we're going. There we go. Um, so the adaptive management process, like I said, influenced by reviews of the most recent science and studies, third-party analysis of enforcement and compliance data, plus a whole bunch of stakeholder input through interviews, focus groups, a big online survey that we did, and government partner coordination. So our partner coordination on orca recovery is really important because it's such a big transboundary issue that impacts all these different levels of government. So up next, I think we'll get to a slide that has a QR code for the actual report itself, which you can find on DFW's website. That report details, there's a whole bunch of appendices to talk about all the different data sources we looked at and all the different reviews, but there's an executive summary where we really just overview all of that and get into what are the department's recommendations. Going? Cool. This is the science that I mentioned that was really important that came out in those couple years between 2019 and 2022. There were a few really big studies. One discussed how foraging success of the whales decreases when vessels are traveling within 1.5 kilometers, which is 1,600 and some yards. So vessels at any speed traveling within that distance, even just at 1 to 2 knots. So as you all are probably aware, barely moving or keeping up with currents at that speed. Even at those very low speeds, vessels within that pretty big distance were having an impact on whales' ability to successfully catch their prey. And one of the things you should know about when whales are hunting for food is if they go on a hunt, they're expending a lot of energy to try to catch that fish. And if they don't, they're kind of even more in a deficit for trying and failing. Foraging success decreases when vessels are closer than 400 yards. So like that's even a worse impact and a more noticeable impact. Females are less successful than males, which of course is important because females need all that extra nutrition in the months leading up to birth of calves and during the time when they're nursing their calves. And whales dive more steeply and they change their behavior to avoid vessel impact. Sometimes they give up on foraging altogether and go into a traveling pattern. So these studies were actually really important in informing how the current vessel management scheme and the current rules and guidelines around vessels might be changed to better help support the whale's survival. So yeah, that's the key. Oh yes, thank you. I'm too short. Oh no. Okay, great. Okay, now I'm gonna sing karaoke. So the main finding that I want to highlight for you all is that vessel regulations could be improved to better support the survival of SRKW. There are some other findings in the report as well. If you're interested, we could talk more about those, but the big one really is that we could change vessel behavior a bit more to better support the survival of the whales. And so we created this report and we made a recommendation. We can go to the next slide. And the recommendation was to increase the approach distance around the whales up to 1,000 yards for all vessels. So our commercial whale watching scheme already has commercial whale watchers out at that distance, about half nautical mile. There's also currently a speed limit within a half nautical mile, so it's a known quantity for boaters of how far away from the whales you need to start modifying your behavior. And we just suggested, let's just take boats out to that limit, all boats. And they can use commercial whale watching vessels as an indicator of how far away they are and are they at the right spacing away from the whales. And it's a lot simpler to communicate. Before this, or actually currently, we still have a oblong bubble of 300-yard approach distance to the sides, 400-yard front and back. And that's a lot to communicate between the differences side versus front and back and the speed limit. When I've been out with Sound Watch or our WDFW enforcement folks, that's a lot of stuff to have to say when you're just kind of casually talking with a boater about how they can better support the whales. Saying, stay 1,000 yards away. If you need help determining how far that is, watch those boats is a lot simpler. So that was our recommendation. Let's simplify things. Let's move vessels a little further out. Let's support the whales. It doesn't go the whole way out to that 1,640 yards. That felt a lot harder to measure compared to that known quantity of the half nautical mile, 1,000 yards, which are about the same. So we made this recommendation. And it was actually taken up by the legislature and passed into law, but it was passed into law in a different format than we originally proposed. So that new approach distance will go into effect in 2025, January 1 of next year. And in the meantime, we're doing a lot of increased communications work. So we have an advisory group that's working on boater outreach, education, social marketing approaches. They're going to start meeting in about 2 weeks, and they'll have a series of meetings throughout the year. They'll help us prioritize our investments in communication and marketing to get the word out about this change in the regulations and to help people get the tools they need to be successful in following the recommendation. I know one of the things I've heard from boaters is, you know, it's a lot of stuff to try to manage. We don't want to be ticketed by enforcement, which our enforcement assures me that they're not out there just trying to gotcha, speed trap. They're looking for people who are egregiously violating the laws and doing things they shouldn't be, even after being told repeatedly not to. But folks want to just do the right thing. They don't want to accidentally break the rules. And so one of the things we're thinking about is how do we help people know where whales might be present so that they can avoid having to interact with them at all if that's their goal. So this is going to be a lot of work to develop these tools, to do all this communications work, to update all the signs at like marinas and docks. But that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to also have some stakeholder workshops where we're taking feedback from everyone who's interested on how we can best communicate and what tools would be most helpful. So if you're interested in that, I would recommend this QR code, which will take you to our webpage for this ORCA Regulation Communications Advisory Group. And that's where we'll be posting the workshop information. You can also sign up for a listserv there, and then the emails will come straight to your inbox if you're interested in participating in those. We're also going to continue our coordination with NOAA in the meantime. And I think we might be about at the end. Double check. Yeah, that's the end. And I could take a couple questions, or if we're low on time, I'll give it back to Kyle. Oh, great.
And the microphone. And this one does work. If no one in the audience here has a question, does anyone online, Leah? Looks like you get off easy.
Great. I have my email address up here. Also, if you email any your favorite DFW staff person, they can connect me to you if you want to have a conversation in the future. Thanks so much.
Better? Okay. And then I'm going to conclude just talking about the NOAA environmental indicators, also known as the stoplight chart. So take home messages, if you take nothing away from this talk, climate variability is going to continue to impact salmon fisheries. And it's going to impact them both in the freshwater and in the marine environment. And then we're currently in one of a historically strong El Nino. But yet, I think we may have dodged a bullet, and that the effects of this El Nino are unknown, but there may be a glimmer of hope. So next slide, please. So just to start the conversation, so global land and ocean temperatures in 2023 broke records going back to the 1850s. So we are in unprecedented times, and this means two things. Next slide. It means both that we're experiencing sort of new territory where we've never been before, and it also means that it's becoming more and more difficult to look to the past to predict the future. And this includes forecasting salmon. Next slide. So I mentioned that we were currently in El Nino, and this has been a pretty common pattern since about 2015. Usually El Ninos and their opposite, the La Nina, occur on a frequency of about 7 to 10 years. But since 2015, we seem to be oscillating back and forth really rapidly, which is unusual. And again, part of this unprecedented climate regime. And typically, the La Nina pattern, so this is the same one that we've had since 2020. So 2020 through 2023, we're in a three-peat La Nina, something we hadn't had for over 80 years. And it was really beneficial for a lot of salmon and productivity and their marine survival. And why this matters is that marine survival of salmon is very low. Over 90% of smolts that reach the ocean perish. And so if you have a marine survival of 1% and you double it to 2%, what that's equivalent to, it might not sound like a lot, but that's doubling your returns of salmon that are available to fish pressure. And then the El Nino that we're currently in are typically bad for salmon. And El Nino, it's a phenomenon that occurs at the equator, but it really disrupts a lot of global climate patterns by disrupting atmospheric circulation. So you may have heard in the news lately about California, Southern California, just being beaten up by a number of storms and flood events, or you may have heard about the wildfires raging in eastern Texas. Those are all classic El Nino signals. The next slide. So I mentioned that the El Nino happens at the equator, and it really is this phenomenon that happens when trade winds slacken off, warm water begins to pile up along the west coast of South America, and how those impacts kind of affect us up in Washington are two ways. One, you begin getting these coastally trapped Kelvin waves of warm water that move up northward along the shoreline, bringing with them subtropical, tropical species. And obviously there's warming of the surface ocean, but you also get these atmosphere or these weather patterns. So you have warmer conditions on average in the Pacific Northwest during an El Nino, but not necessarily wetter. Next slide. So here's just a slide that shows the El Ninos and La Ninas going back to the early 1980s. And you can see that right now, currently, we're in one of the historically strong El Ninos. So, and it may not seem like it, but it really, it is quite an impressive climatic event. And this follows the really large El Nino in 2015, 2016 that decimated fish. Fish came back smaller, lower abundance, there was poor survival, body size was lower fecundity. Really, it affected trophic systems, so food webs across the North Pacific, seabird die-offs, whales, so everything was really impacted in 2015. We've been kind of recovering from that event for the last 9 years. But we're right back in this El Nino pattern, which was frightening for a lot of oceanographers and fishery scientists because we thought we'd be right back where we were in 2015. But like I said, that might not be the case. So coming off these three-peat La Ninas the last 3 years, we're right in this pattern of an El Nino. Next slide. And the prediction, which is really good, and why I say that we may have dodged a bullet, is that models are predicting that the El Nino is going to phase out by this spring, by April. And not only that, but we're going to a pattern known as El Nino neutral for a few months. But then we're expected to transition. There's over a 50% chance that we're going to transition right away into a La Nina pattern. So that pattern that's really beneficial for salmon rearing in the Pacific Northwest. And that chart on the right just shows that pattern. So the probability of a La Nina is shown in the blue bars, and it's just increasing as we go into the summer. So by June, July, by prime fishing time, we'll be right back in that cool pattern. Next slide. And it's not just what's happening at the equator that impacts salmon, it's also what's happening in the North Pacific. So if you remember again, back to 2015, we had both a marine heat wave in the north and an El Nino in the south. They joined forces, and that was what was really devastating to the ocean ecosystem. So here's just a timeline starting with that marine heat wave in 2014, and then the most recent one in 2023. So usually the biggest extent of these heat waves occurs in September, which is why I'm showing these plots here. But these figures where it's really red, these are sea surface temperatures that are much warmer than average. So 2, 3, 4 degrees Celsius warmer than average. And then if you go to the next slide, you can see that this is the current pattern. So if you noticed this winter, we've had a lot of storm activity, a lot of big waves that are whipping up the surface of the ocean, that are causing a lot of overturn, and nothing much to be concerned about in terms of the current heat wave phenomenon. But you do see there's really warm water kind of coastally trapped along Washington, especially right up at the entrance to the straits there. So whether this is an El Nino signal, so these warm water propagating up the coast, or whether just a natural signal, is something we should keep an eye on. Next slide. So, and then I mentioned that not only are these impacts in the marine environment affecting salmon, but also in on land. And so this is kind of funny given the weather we've had the last few days, but we entered 2024 really concerned about drought. The snowpack was less than 50% of normal, and there were really concerns about the water supply. So low flows, warmer summer temperatures, and the needle has moved a little bit, but not considerably. So the plot on the left is right at the beginning of January, and then here is just this week what we have. And we're still 50 to 60% of normal snowpack across most of the state. The last couple of days may have bumped that up just a hair. So we're more like in 70, maybe even 80 in parts of the lower Columbia. But still, we're below average where we should be at this time. Next slide. And then on the left here, we have the seasonal temperature outlook and the seasonal precipitation outlook for the next 3 months. And just a reminder that we still are in this El Nino pattern. And what that means is that across much of Washington, we're going to be above average temperatures consistent with the El Nino pattern and below average precipitation. So something to, the water supply is certainly a factor we need to consider going forward. Next slide. So some of this is always a fun part of looking at some of the recent biological observations across the state. And one thing, especially in the marine environment, that has become more and more commonplace is this incidence of subtropical and tropical species showing up in some of our sport fisheries off the coast. So things like Opa caught off seaside, spearfish, and mahi-mahi. And in fact, in 2023, we saw the state record broken for mahi-mahi caught Washington. So this is part of a pattern of northward migration of species. A recent study on the East Coast showed that sort of the center of distribution of most fishes is moving north at a trajectory about 50 miles farther north than it was a couple of decades ago. And consistent with this, we're also seeing salmon that are spawning in the Arctic. And to the indigenous peoples in the Arctic, this is notable because they're considered an invasive species. And speaking of invasive species, we're having invasives, green crab moving north and east into Puget Sound and as far up as southeast Alaska. Next slide. So last thing I just want to talk about is this NOAA salmon indicator stoplight chart. So many of you may have seen this, but I just want to orient you really quickly. So each column is a year, so beginning in 1998 through 2023, and it corresponds with the ocean conditions experienced by juvenile salmon as they enter the ocean. And it's split up kind of into 3 bins of sort of really large scale atmospheric oceanographic climate indices, more local indices like temperature and salinity, and then on the bottom, biological indices that tell us about the food web. So next slide, and you can click through these kind of quickly. So you see patterns of all red in many years, and these are the years that are really not very good for salmon. Next slide. And that, and they're these red or warm years. And they are contrasted, the next 2 you can with these years that are mostly greens or yellows. And these tend to be these cool years that are beneficial for salmon. So you can see in the last 3 years, we've been in this pattern, this three-peat La Nina of having more beneficial indicators for salmon survival in that regard. So I'm just going to get into some details a little bit. And in fact, 2023 ranked 11 out of 26 years. So really an average to decent ocean conditions for smolts entering the ocean. And that's despite this El Nino that we're in. Next slide, please. So a couple of really odd observations from the ocean indicators. And the first is from the more large scale, well, like climate basin scale indicators. So the first one is the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, or PDO. And this is an index that measures variability in North Pacific ocean temperature, mostly in the near shore. And the other one is the Oceanic Nina Index, so this, or Nino Index. So this measures ocean temperatures more at the equator. And for decades and decades, these things have been in phase. That means they're showing us the same thing. When it's positive, it's warm, it's bad for salmon. When it's negative, it's cool, it's good for salmon. And really, what we're seeing in 2023 is that they're doing completely different things. And so the northern index, the PDO, is showing us that the conditions are really quite beneficial for salmon, but the El Nino is telling us that they're not. Next slide. And so this is kind of reflected in some of the ocean, or the fish and the biological indicators. So this one here shows catches of yearling Chinook and Coho in 2023. And what you can see is that in 2023, Chinook yearlings were actually below average, whereas Coho were above average, so trending well. So 8 out of 26 years. So next slide, please. And then lastly, the thing I want to highlight from the biological indicators is some of the lower trophic level food web indicators. So this is the zooplankton community composition off of Oregon and Washington. And so every year, like these are tracked, and there's two different sort of assemblages. There's a northern copepod assemblage. So these are lipid rich, super nutritious zooplankton, base of the food web. When they're doing well, everything else tends to be doing well, from the juvenile fish that salmon eat to salmon themselves. And so during that 2015 period, there were very few of these around. But since 2020, in this La Nina pattern, it's been persistent even through this El Nino period. So it's been persistent that we've had more of these cold water copepods and much less than of these skinny, neritic, non-nutritious, like salads of the sea copepods that are not beneficial to salmon. And this, again, it's a perplexing pattern because it doesn't match the El Nino that we're currently in. So just to wrap up, next slide. So just to conclude, so smolts entering the ocean in 2023 experienced fairly good ocean conditions, from 2021 through 2020, despite being in an El Nino pattern this last year. And these El Nino impacts in Washington appear to be minimal and more concentrated near the equator. But things to keep an eye on going forward are sea surface temperature, sort of whether these marine heat waves in the summer ramp up, and that warm temperature we're seeing off CQ and places like that. And also the snowpack. So more rain like we're having right now is actually going to be a good thing. It's going to be prevent us from being in drought. That can limit sort of the spawning migration of adults coming back. Low flow and warm summer temperatures for rearing salmon in the summer. And then also the good news is that we're expected to transition into a La Nina beginning in June, July, August period. And this could further improve the marine survival that we're for salmon in the upcoming years. So that's all I have. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Sure, any questions?
Just a reminder for folks on Zoom, you can raise your hand now if you have any questions for Marisa.
All right, so don't want to keep you from the salmon forecast, so let's move right in.
All right. Thanks everybody for being here. So we're going to get right into it. We're going to start talking about some of the upcoming forecasts for this year. So we're going to start with Chinook for this presentation. So next slide, Chad. So right here, this figure is showing kind of the annual run size for the last about 50 years or so. And you can see a couple things here that I want to point out. So the kind of in the middle of the screen there, you can see the wild 10-year average leading up to the 1999 ESA listing of Puget Sound Chinook. And you can see that that average was about 36,000 fish. And then towards the right of the screen, you can see the most recent 10-year average run size. And you can see that's about 29,000, just shy of 30,000 fish. So you can see that wild Chinook run size is still down about 28% since that 10 years prior to ESA listing in 1999. So you can kind of see some of the fluctuations here for both hatchery and wild fish over that time period. Hatchery is in the dark color and wild are in the light blue color. Next slide, please. So looking more specifically at more recent trends, this is the 2023 fall Chinook returns. You can see it's kind of a mixed bag around Puget Sound and on the coast. Coastal stocks are mostly neutral. So anything blue is neutral. Anything red is 25% less than the most recent 10-year average run size. And anything in green is 25% more than the most recent 10-year run size. So you can see coastal is mostly neutral. And then within Puget Sound, you could see that kind of central sound was more poor returns this year or this past year. And you could see South Sound looking more positive. And this is a pretty typical pattern we see where when South Sound returns are good, Central and North Sound returns are not as good, and vice versa. So the pattern that we're seeing this year was because of those poor Central Sound returns. And that's kind of typical to see better returns in the South Sound during that time period. Next slide, please. So moving into this year for Chinook forecast for 2024. Again, you can kind of see it's a little bit of a mixed bag around Puget Sound and the coast. Coastal forecasts are mostly neutral with the exception of the Queets River. We'll talk about that one a little bit more later. Again, same color pattern here. So the total returns just over 251,000 fish, and that's 223,000 hatchery and 28,000 wild. Out on the coast, it's about 73,000 returns expected or forecasted, and it's about split 50-50 between hatchery and wild fish. And again, we can see that similar pattern where we have good forecasts in South Sound and kind of more neutral forecasts in Central Sound. Next slide, Chad. So kind of digging into this a little bit deeper. Again, here the dark color is hatchery stocks and the lighter color is wild stocks. So kind of looking at a more recent comparison here, the two most recent years, 23 and 24, are in orange. So we could see that hatchery stocks are up 22% and wild are down 6% over the most recent 10-year average. Hatchery and wild stocks are both down compared to last year. You can see that in the orange figures here all the way to the right. If we look at Puget Sound Chinook returns as a total, they're up about 16% from the most recent 10-year average and down 3% from last year. So overall total forecast is up, but a little bit down from last year. Next slide. If we move back out to the coast, you can see a little bit different pattern here. Hatchery stocks are down 7% and wild are up slightly from the 10-year average. Both hatchery and wild are down compared to last year. And then the total Chinook are down from the most recent 10-year average and also down from last year's forecast. Next slide. So we move into Coho forecasts now. So this is a similar slide to the total historical run size for Chinook. You can see again, the hatchery stocks are in the dark color and the wild stocks are in the lighter color. Here we're seeing the most recent 10-year average, and that's about 556,000. You can see a lot of patterns in this Chinook run size, so we'll talk about that more in a little bit. Next slide, please. So if we look at the returns from last year, again, you could see a little bit of a mixed bag throughout Puget Sound on the coast. So it's mostly good to poor throughout Puget Sound. We could see some areas that had some really good returns, and some areas that maybe had some not so good returns throughout the whole area last year. We move to the next slide. So the total return or total forecast of Coho for this year is just over 722,000 fish. It's about 419,000 hatchery and 302,000 wild for Puget Sound. We move out to the coast. Again, that neutral to poor forecast for this year, just shy of 384,000 total, split between hatchery and wild, about 225,000 hatchery and 158 or so thousand wild. Again, kind of seeing a mixed bag of forecasts throughout Puget Sound. Central Sound looking like there's going to be pretty good forecasts for this year. And then a lot of areas where it's very similar to last year. Coast is kind of a mixed bag where we have neutral in the southern part of the coast. And then we've got some poor returns kind of in the northern part of the coast. The Queets is another one I'll point out that has really good forecasts for Coho this year, which was interesting because it had really poor forecasts for Chinook. So kind of an opposite pattern there. So if we move to the next slide, we can dig into this a little bit more closely. So overall, Coho kind of experienced this rebound from 2015 when there was a pretty significant crash in Coho. So one of the things I want to point out here is you can kind of see that there's this general increase in Coho run size and Coho forecast over the last several years. And that's indicative by this top bullet point here that says hatchery stocks are up 43% and wild stocks are up 15% over this most 10-year average. Keeping in mind that that does include that really poor year of Coho. So kind of looking at the previous slides where we kind of see this mixed bag of forecasts and returns throughout Puget Sound, keeping in mind that this has been generally increasing throughout the last couple of years. So it's not all doom and gloom there. It's just that it's kind of stabilized. And we could see that really with the last 4 years, it's really stabilized with the numbers that we're seeing here. So overall, total Coho are up about 30% from the 10-year average. But again, down a little bit from last year. So we move to the next slide. Coastal Coho, we're kind of seeing the same pattern, and I think it's actually a little bit more obvious here. We had this really sharp increase in Coho for the last several years, and again, kind of stabilizing from last year to this year, or over the last couple of years, and then kind of decreasing since last year. So again, really big increases over the most recent 10-year period. Hatchery stocks up about 52% and wild stocks up about 15% over that time period. But again, those have kind of dropped down since last year as these numbers have kind of stabilized. So total Coho, again, up 35% from that recent 10-year average. And again, total Coho down from last year. We go to the next slide. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt to talk about Chum and Sockeye forecasts.
Hey everyone, I'm Matt Bogart. I'm the Chum, Pink, and Sockeye salmon specialist. So I'm going to present the forecast for Chum and Sockeye this year. Get off the hook a little bit easier. We don't see many even year pinks, so I'm going to start off talking about Chum. Next slide. Before I get rolling on this, the Chum run reconstructions, Chum and Sockeye run reconstruction forecasts involve a lot of people, a lot of work go into producing these. So I just want to take a second to appreciate and acknowledge all the work that goes into this. This figure here shows our historical Chum data set for run reconstructions going back to 1968. The top of the figure, we see the total Puget Sound fall Chum run size. A lot of variability, especially in recent years. We see the dip, especially in 2019 and 2020 with low returns, mostly related to the marine heat waves that we talked about earlier. The recent couple of years, we've been sort of bouncing back and forth around that 10-year average, which is shown by the red dotted line there at 1.26 million. In 2022, which we'll see in the coming slides, we did see a higher than average return, and we'll get into the preliminary estimates from 2023. We also see sort of a little bit smaller at the bottom. We see the coastal Chum stocks, Willapa and Grays Harbor there, generally a little bit of a uphill climb in recent years. So we'll get into that a little bit deeper in the coming slides. Go ahead, Chad. So again, this is the same format that Kirsten presented, where we see the good returns represented by the green circles. Those are over 125% relative to the recent 10-year average. Neutral being between 75 to 125%, and poor being less than 75% of the recent 10-year average. Unfortunately, in 2023, we saw poor returns throughout Puget Sound, really, generally performing less than we forecasted even. Again, if we think back about the slide that we were just presenting, going back to 2019, 2020, those would have been our 4 and 3-year-olds returning in 2023, and generally had pretty poor returns coming from the brood years that would have returned last year. So unfortunately, fairly low returns throughout Puget Sound, and some of our lower returns, especially in North Puget Sound. Fortunately, we did see some more positive returns with our coastal stocks, where we saw good returns for both Willapa and Grays Harbor. As I'm going through these the specific circles that you see represented here, we generally represent escapement for our northern sound streams based off our preliminary escapement estimates, whereas South Puget Sound and Hood Canal are more relative to our most recent in-season abundance update. So we definitely have gone back and sort of looked at how those in-season updates have been performing relative to our escapement estimates. These, again, are preliminary estimates. Go ahead and move to the forecasts. So once again, we use a variety of different approaches in our Chum forecasts that use different training data sets. We look at different ecological covariates that Maurice had presented. And regardless of these different approaches, we kind of see these pointing in these different forecasts pointing in sort of similar areas, where North Puget Sound, we are generally continuing that downhill decline and seeing poor returns coming back to the Nooksack and the Skagit for 2024. A little bit more optimism coming back to the Snohomish and Stillaguamish, coming in a neutral forecast. Similarly, South and Central Puget Sound, we're expecting more of an average return, building off a little bit higher parent escapement from our 3-year-olds coming in from 2021. We're expecting that to return right around 486,000 for Central and South Puget Sound. Hood Canal, we had a couple of years of low brood stock coming into our hatcheries down in Hood Canal, and we're predicting a low return coming into this year, really close to 255,000 in Hood Canal. Willapa and Grays Harbor, once again, we'll kind of get into more of the details and the recent trends, but we're generally expecting pretty positive returns, continuing that uphill climb on the coast with those stocks. Next slide, please. So again, this gets into our recent 10 years of fall chum returns. Sorry, I forgot to mention in the previous slide that I am focusing on fall chum because those are our dominant returns and sort of more relevant to our North of Falcon process. We do have forecasts we provided in the handout for both summer chum and winter chum. Relative to the recent 10 years, our summer chum returns have been fairly stable, whereas winter chum returns are declining in South Puget Sound. So check out the handout for those specific forecasts. From here, I'm going to focus on the fall chum returns, where we can again see it's been quite variable around that average in the recent 10 years. Again, coming off of the poor returns in 2020 and a little bit closer to average returns in 2021, we have some optimism that will be right around that average return again in 2024, where we see the hatchery component being in the darker shade and the wild component being in a little bit lighter shade, with our forecast for 2024 in the orange color. Once again, we only have preliminary estimates for 2023, so I've just presented last year's forecast. Unfortunately, our early indications are that we over-predicted last year, so our actual return, when we get that all compiled, will likely be a little bit less than that prediction in 2023. Overall, you can see that the hatchery returns that we're expecting for 2024 are down 46%, and similarly, the wild returns are predicted to be down 25% compared to the recent 10-year average. Next slide, please. Okay, getting into our coastal chum returns and forecast for 2024. As I mentioned in the previous slides, that we've generally seen a positive trend with our coastal stocks. Again, we see the forecast here in 2024 in the orange bar, where we have Grays Harbor in the darker shade and Willapa Bay in the lighter shade. So again, generally positive expectations for 2024 on the coast, continuing that sort of uphill climb since the 2020 and 2021 brood years coming in. Next slide. All right, I'll go ahead and move on to sockeye. Once again, I've plotted the sort of long-term data set for the Puget Sound stocks. I will present the Columbia River returns and forecasts as well. And I do have a slide on the Fraser River 2024 forecast. But I'll start here with the Puget Sound stocks. We have Lake Washington and Baker Lake being our predominant Puget Sound sockeye stocks. That the Lake Washington stock is in the darker blue, extremely variable over our long-term data set, but unfortunately having really poor returns in the recent decade. Baker Lake we see in the lighter blue, sort of climbing up in recent years. Next slide, please. So again, we have our 2023 sockeye returns for Puget Sound and the Columbia River. Pretty variable, as you can see. As I move through all these sockeye slides, we'll see that the different sockeye populations throughout regions, whether we're talking about Washington or British Columbia or Alaskan sockeye, their populations and their run sizes are not very highly correlated between regions. They kind of respond to local factors differently and have spatial and temporal differences, how they're responding to those marine climate factors. In general, pretty variable returns from 2023. We had a record return in Baker Lake, so that was really excellent to see. A really high return for Baker Lake sockeye last year. It was almost double forecast last year. So we're still working out understanding what caused those high returns, but again, it was excellent to see that. Unfortunately for Lake Washington, we were fairly spot on with that forecast last year, and that meant that we had right around, I believe, 23,000 sockeye returning to Lake Washington last year. So really dismal returns there. Columbia River overall was neutral for the total returns last year, but of course that's variable between stocks, where the Wenatchee stock was good compared to the recent 10-year average. The Okanagan return was poor. Yakima Deschutes were poor, and the Snake River returns were also up, mostly due to improving the broodstock program in Snake River. Next slide, please. We'll start looking ahead at the 2024 forecast going into this year. Any second. Yeah, once again, we see a lot of variation in our sockeye forecast between regions. We're anticipating, based off of the recent improving trend in Baker Lake, that we'll continue that pattern of improving productivity there, and that we're expecting a fairly high return at 56,750 up at Baker Lake. Lake Washington, unfortunately, kind of continuing that similar recent trend. We're expecting just under 20,000 sockeye returning to Lake Washington. Once again, well below our escapement goals, and really poor returns there. The overall Columbia expectation for 2024 is neutral, just over 401,700. Broken down to our specific Columbia River stocks, again, we see it's variable, but mostly neutral and good. Expecting 97,000 at Wenatchee and 288,700 for the Okanagan populations. Yakima Deschutes, expecting an extremely high return there. So it's good to see some positive news coming out of Yakima. 12,200, and again, just improving the broodstock program for the Snake River sockeye at 3,800. Next slide. So you can kind of compare the recent 10-year returns as we have it broken out once again, with Baker Lake being the darker shade and Lake Washington is the lighter shade. You can see that Again, we've had pretty variable returns, but for Baker Lake, they tend to be on the uphill climbers. Lake Washington has been more steady at that really low suppressed returns. You can see that Lake Washington, compared to that recent 10-year average, is predicted to be down 58%, and Baker Lake is the exact opposite, where we're predicting a 57% increase in the returns from the 10-year average. Next slide. And we have the same figure presented for our dominant Columbia River stocks, Lake Wenatchee and Okanagan. Lake Wenatchee, we're expecting a 23% increase over the 10-year average, and Okanagan is a 16% increase. Next slide. My last slide here, briefly touch on the Fraser River Sockeye forecast. Some folks might remember that 2020 was the lowest return on record for our overall Fraser Sockeye. So those are the dominant fish that are coming into this year. Fraser Sockeye, the dominant stocks tend to have a really strong 4-year cycle of returns and productivity. So we tend to consider things on a cycle average. So you see with the plot here, they have the total Fraser returns plotted with the blue bars and the forecast of the orange bar. I have the cycle average for the 2024 returns as the red dashed line at 2.4 million. So again, the returns coming in 2024 would be the 2020 year, our lowest year on record. So we're building our forecast based off of those low returns, predicting 567,000 for the total Fraser Sockeye return. That's the lowest Fraser Sockeye forecast on record. So it's pretty unfortunate to see that. Broken down by stock, we see 200,000 early Stewarts, just right around 559,000 early Summers, 379,000 Summers, and 29,000 Lates returning for Fraser this year. I think that's about all I had for Chum and Sockeye forecasts. Happy to take any questions, and I think Kirsten.
So yeah, we'll stop here and take questions on the Puget Sound and coastal forecast. A couple things, if you have fishery specific questions or comments, hold those for the breakout sessions. Ask questions about the forecast that you've heard. Also, Matt and Kirsten presented the compilation of a whole bunch of work by a whole bunch of state and tribal staff. They may not know the answers to your questions. We have a number of WDFW regional staff in the room or online. So if you're with WDFW, you hear a question you think you can help answer, either raise your hand online or in the room, and Leah can unmute you, or we can get a microphone to you. So with that, we'll take some questions on the Puget Sound and coastal forecasts.
It looks like we have one online, so we'll start with Carl.
And if you're in the room and you have a question, raise your hand, and we'll ask you to come down here to this spot on the floor here where we can get you on camera, and we'll hand you the microphone. We'll take the online question first, Shannon.
Okay, Carl, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, thank you. If you can hear me, this is regarding the Cedar River, Lake Washington Sockeye return. And I just had a question about those fish. Are they all natural spawning fish in the Cedar River, or is there any hatchery enhancement? I mean, do they deposit hatchery fish, or are those just natural spawning fish in the Cedar River?
So the question was whether or not there's spawning population in the Cedar River, or if it's all hatchery. Is that correct?
Or if it's a combination. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a combination, and there's been a lot of work in improving the hatchery program there, and in getting adults up to the hatchery as well, getting past and ballard locks, and reducing pre-spawn mortality for those fish.
Where do the hatchery fish come from?
Where do the adults come from?
No, where's the hatchery? I mean, where are you getting the hatchery fish?
They're coming from broodstock, from some from Baker.
Okay, so the smolts that are placed into the
yeah,
Cedar
some-
River come
some-
from the Baker hatchery?
Just a second, Carl. We have another staff member up here to answer.
Hey, Carl, this is Joe Short, Lake Washington area biologist. Some of the fish come from Cedar River Hatchery itself. It's at Landsberg at River Mile 30 on the Cedar.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm actually right now I'm about 2 miles below Landsberg, and so I've never been in that hatchery, and I don't even know how to get there. I think someone told me like they do tours of it like twice a year or something like that, but it's not really accessible to the public. But anyways, I'll try to figure that out. Thanks.
Thanks, Carl.
What's with this X?
You have to stand there so you're on camera. So.
Okay. Yeah, Shannon Moore, Bellingham, Washington. So I guess my question, Matt, is I recall Lake Washington sockeye runs in the range of 800,000. 1988 comes back to my memory. Fished it commercially. So what we're hearing now is that we've got warm water species problems. And the question is the department have any process to deal with the predator issue in the lake? And to follow that up, commercial fishermen are pretty damn good at catching invasive species. So if we do nothing, the outlook is not good. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. So the question is related to the suite of issues that Lake Washington sockeye deal with. One of them being warm water predators. And to answer your question, yes, there is a lot of effort going to reducing the impacts of those predators. I know actually Kirsten and Alex here are working on a project collaboratively with some of that predator removal that we're looking to evaluate small owl migration and relating that to the years where we're increasing predator removal and evaluating those effects. So definitely something that we're very interested in increasing those efforts and dealing with those negative impacts.
It looks like that was our last person in the room. If there's any more hands on Zoom, you can dial *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone, or the raise hand button.
I'm going to pass this off to Shannon Conley now, talk about Columbia River returns.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shannon Conley. I'm a policy analyst with the Columbia River Management Unit with Washington. I can do that. Today, I will be presenting the 2023 returns and the 2024 forecast for Chinook, Coho, and Steelhead in the Columbia River. Go back one. Cool. So this consists of the Columbia River Management Unit consists of staff from federal, tribe, and state entities. The group that governs it consists of the Technical Advisory Committee, which reconstructs the Columbia River salmon and steelhead returns postseason and develops the preseason run forecast. TAC reviews salmon and steelhead stock status as the runs progress and provides in-season run size updates. This allows fishery managers to adjust fisheries in season to remain within our harvest conditions. Next. Oh, cool. So here we have a time series of historical Columbia River Chinook run sizes from 1980 to 2023. All Chinook returns are in the Columbia River mouth. The spring Chinook is not part of north of Falcon, but we're going to present it anyway. The summer and fall fishing opportunities are developed through north of Falcon. Fall Chinook are the most abundant, followed by spring and then summer. The trends seen here largely align with ocean conditions across all years. And as you can see, there's variability from year to year, but we seem to be in pretty similar run sizes to last year. As with previous presentations, the following percentages represented with the color dots are relative to the last 10-year averages, with the green dots representing greater than 125%, the blue dot representing 75% to 125%, and then the red dot with a line in it representing abundance is less than 75%. The percentages shown next to the returns are relative to the recent 10-year average returns. Lower spring Chinook are comprised of the Cowlitz, Kalama, Lewis, Willamette, and Sandy tributaries, along with the select areas. The lower river return of 75,407 is part of the 97% of the 10-year average. And the upriver spring Chinook includes all tributaries upstream of Bonneville Dam, and we're seeing 141,179. And then summer Chinook includes the upper Columbia main stem and tributaries, which we're seeing 54,720. Next, please. Awesome. So this is our 2024 forecast for the spring and summer Chinook. We have 85,600 in the lower river and 121,000 in the upriver for spring Chinook. It's important to note that the Snake River wild forecast is 8% of the total upriver run this year, which triggers some buffers for the preseason abundance. The summer Chinook are also forecasted at 53,000. The lower river forecast is improved over the last return, but we are forecasting lower numbers than last year for summer and upriver spring Chinook. Notably, the compact set spring Chinook seasons for pre-update fisheries. We have April 5th for the for lower and May 2nd for above Bonneville. And then our summer Chinook fisheries are expected to be similar to last year. So here's a list of the fall Chinook management stocks. The stocks listed represent the Thule and the Bright stocks. LRH are lower river Thule stocks with both hatchery and wild components. BPH are the above Bonneville Thule stocks with both hatchery and wild components. The select area Brights are all hatchery origin and produced for select area terminal fisheries. The lower river Wild are a wild bright stock that return to the North Fork, Lewis, and Sandy rivers. These fish exhibit later run timing than lower river Chinook stocks. The lower river Brights are wild stocks that return to the Eves and Pierce Island area just below Bonneville Dam and spawn in the main stem. And the pool upriver Brights are a bright stock with both hatchery and wild components that return to tributaries between Bonneville Dam and McNary Dam, with the exception of the Deschutes River. And lastly, the upriver Brights are a bright stock that return to the Hanford Reach, Snake River, and Deschutes River, which include both hatchery and wild components. The total river Chinook return of 2023 was around 720,000, which was 99% of the forecast. Great. So for our 2024 forecasts, our tule stocks, which are the Bonneville Pool Hatchery and Lower River Hatchery, are expected to be slightly lower than last year abundances, with LRHs coming in at 85,500 and BPH coming in at 129,800. For bright, all stocks are forecast to be lower than last year's, with notable numbers on the select area brights and lower river. So this is the Lower River Columbia Tule exploitation rate matrix. It is an abundance-based tier to determine exploitation rate based on the ESA listed components, which is the Endangered Species Act listed components. So this matrix underwent periodic review this past year, and NOAA published the report in the PMFC briefing book. These are the expectations coming from the NOAA guidance letter. So given the LRH forecast of 85,500, the allowable lower Columbia River tule exploitation rate is 41% for combined ocean and in-river fisheries for 2024. Next, please. Here we have the upriver bright abundance-based schedule associated with the aggregate URB, herb, run size, in Snake River wild run size, which utilizes the most constraining stocks, to determine the in-river non-treaty harvest rate with the USV Oregon current management agreement, which is 2018 to 2027. Given the 2024 herb forecast of 258,000 and the Snake River wild forecast of 9,300, the allowable non-treaty harvest rate is 15%. And both stocks are in the largest tier of the harvest rate. And then on the right, we have a time series of the aggregate upriver bright fall Chinook and Snake River wild. So we're on to Coho. Okay, so these are Coho returns, which are the ocean abundances. Important to note that. We have two stocks. We have the early, which are traditionally predominantly south migrating, and the lates, which are predominantly north migrating. For our early abundances, we have 365,283, and for our lates, we have 143,578. Yeah. Next, please. So for our 2024 forecast, these forecasts represent the ocean abundance of early and late Coho. It's important to note that we did have a methodology review for Coho abundances this last year for forecasting. The prior methodology, which utilized sibling regressions on smolts and jacks, was generating larger errors in the last couple years than we had previously seen. So we underwent a methodology review. The new Coho forecast, which relies on a broader set of variables, is expected to generate a more accurate forecast. And it generated an early forecast of 227,500, which is around 62% of the early returns from 2023. And the late forecast, which is 173,600, which is 121% of last year's late returns. Next, please. Oh, is it? And we're good. No, you're doing a really good job of keeping with my tempo. I'm appreciated. I don't believe. I'm just kidding. Great. So the Marine Survival Index is high at 0.38%. So LCN Coho is expected to be managed to an exploitation rate of 23% for ocean and in-river fisheries combined. This is the same exploitation rate that we had last year. Let's see if we can go on the steelhead. Yeah. So we include upriver summer steelhead as part of the North of Falcon process because there are ESA management implications concerning these stocks while we prosecute in river salmon fisheries. Upriver summer steelhead return to areas above the Bonneville Dam. So the A-index steelheads are indicated by light, this graph and then next graph. It represents the largest portion of the total upriver return and are destined for basins of the mid and upper Columbia and the Snake River, and they're typically one salt. The B-index steelhead are destined for Snake River Basin. These fish are typically 2 or 3 salt, and Clearwater River is where most B-index fish return. The A-index return for 2023 was 90,900, with a 30,595 wild return, which are 71% and 66% of the 10-year averages, respectively. The B-index return of 19,787 with a wild component of 1,616, or 82% and 37% of 10-year averages, again, respectively. Next, please. Great. So our 2024 A-index steelhead forecast is 89,900, which is 99% of last year's returns. The wild A component is 32,400, which is 106% of last year's returns. The B-index forecast is 32,200, which is 163% of last year's returns, and the wild B component is 4,000, which is 248% of last year's returns. While those numbers sound really big, it's important to remember that those forecasts are higher, but this is still a period of lower abundance. And this concludes the Columbia River forecast and return report. Thank you so much for listening. Questions?
It's time for questions. Just a reminder to folks on Zoom, *9 to raise and lower your hand, or the button at the bottom of your screen.
I'll take that as a win. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Alex Safik, and I'm here in the role of Marine Salmon Policy Coordinator with the department. I also represent WDFW on the Salmon Technical Team, or STT. The STT is an advisory committee to the Pacific Fishery Management Council and technical work group that provides impact assessments relevant to ESA and the fishery management plan. I'll be presenting tables 1.1 and 1.2 from the council document titled Pre-Season Report 1, which was finalized yesterday and will be available by today on pcouncil.org. And just real quick, on behalf of the STT, I'd like to thank all the state and tribal staff for their contributions to this document. Next slide, please. Great. So this is PFMC pre-1, table 1.1. So going from top to bottom, looking at the California forecast, we'll find out through the process, but we're anticipating that fisheries may be limited in California like they were last year. And so as we move down the table here, there's a 41% exploitation rate on LC and Toolies this year, which is up from last year's 38% ER. Based on this forecast, we could expect another year of good fishing opportunity for ocean Chinook this year. Next slide, please. In general, Washington coastal Chinook stocks are not large contributors to ocean fisheries. I do want to point out that the Queets spring summer met overfish status under the Magnuson-Stevenson's Act as of 2023. And through the council process, the STT is working with co-managers on a rebuilding plan for this stock. Coastal Chinook is generally similar to 2023 forecasted levels with a lower than expected return on hatchery stock. Next slide, please. Puget Sound Chinook stocks are typically impacted heavily by Washington ocean fisheries, but are not typically impacted heavily by Washington ocean fisheries, excuse me, but can be a management consideration as all fishing areas contribute to achieving conservation objectives. So Puget Sound natural summer fall Chinook forecasts as an aggregate are similar, but slightly less than 2023. While hatchery summer fall forecasts are up a bit from 2023. Next slide, please. So as Shannon mentioned, the Oregon Production Index area, the OPIH forecasting methodology underwent methodology review in the PFMC council process. And so that new forecasting methodology has been implemented for this year's forecast. So just as an overview, the Oregon Production Index area consists of all Coho stocks south of Ledbetter Point. And so using the new methodology, the 2024 forecast for OPIH is down significantly from the 2023 forecast. And just a quick note that we've moved on to Coho. I'm talking about Coho fish here. The Columbia River earlies and lates are hatchery runs that make up most of the forecast and contribute heavily to ocean recreational fisheries. The reduced forecast will likely have an effect on ocean opportunities compared to last year. LCNs are up from last year's forecast, but we're still in a 23% ER for this stock, which is the same as last year. OCNs are similar to last year and should not be constraining for Oregon coho fisheries. And generally, Washington coastal stocks are similar to last year, but slightly lower. Some of these stocks have been constraining in recent years, but we don't anticipate any of these forecasts being limiting for ocean fisheries. Wheat's coho notably was in overfish status last year, but is now meeting the rebuilt status as well as the Wanda Fuca stock. The Queets forecast notably is slightly up from last year. Last slide, please. Or second to last, or sorry. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Chad. Puget Sound coho are not drivers of ocean fisheries, but are significant to planning the inside and terminal fisheries. So I'll focus on a few Puget Sound stocks for 2024. Skagit wild coho are up from last year and are in moderate status for management. Snohomish coho are down from last year's forecast. Wanda Fuca coho are up. None of the Puget Sound coho stocks are projected to not meet their escapement goals in 2024. As a whole, Puget Sound hatchery forecasts are down slightly and natural forecasts are similar to last year. One stock that I'd like to mention that isn't reported here in this table is the Interior Fraser, which includes Thompson River coho. Our early expectation is that meeting Interior Fraser conservation criteria will be a consideration in planning ocean coho fisheries for this year. Next slide. Yep. So that's all I have, and I'm happy to take any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you for your presentation. You hit the buzzword, interior coho. problems or Fraser River issues with the coho there. There's always been a terribly restricting factor in our chum fisheries at Point Roberts. And what is the spawning goal on that? Last year it was expected to be 88,000 on the Thompson. Do you have any further information on that? And
I will hand this over to Kyle.
Thanks, Shannon. We haven't had our manager-to-manager data exchange with Canada. That'll happen later in March. We have no reason to expect that they won't identify the status of interior Fraser coho as low or critical, which triggers the 10% exploitation rate ceiling for southern United States fisheries. Through the Southern Panel process, we pressed Canada to identify their breakpoints. So what abundance do you need to see to trigger a higher exploitation rate ceiling under the treaty for U.S. fisheries and Canadian fisheries? That's ongoing work. That's not going to happen this year. We fully expect this year we'll be at that 10% southern U.S. limit after we have our manager-to-manager meeting later in March. I don't see any other hands in the room, and Leah says there are no hands up online. So I guess we will move on to the breakout section of the day. As usual, the Puget Sound recreational breakout will stay in here. The Zoom meeting will stay in here. Actually, I think Leah will have to split the Zoom rooms, or will you? So if you're online, we'll work you through getting in the right place. Puget Sound Commercial is going to be in room 175 in the Natural Resources Building. If you're familiar with it, it's the conference room near the cafeteria, or it used to be the cafeteria. There's no cafeteria really there anymore. The easiest way will be for you guys to meet up with Mickey and Christina and others out in the lobby, and they can walk you over there. You can't get to that room without a staff member or without signing in and getting a badge at the front desk. So probably huddling up in the hall and going down together is the best plan. If you're here for ocean, coastal, Columbia River, we're in room 172 in the Natural Resources Building, which is the room right off the main lobby. I have the key to that, and you can get in there without having to check in or get a visitor's badge. So if you want to follow me over there, or if you're late, just go into the lobby and go to the big meeting room right by the elevators, and we'll be there. What time do you guys want to restart this session? Let's just call it 11 o'clock. So they'll restart in here at 11. The other groups will gather and go across to the NRB and probably start around the same time.
Just a note for those on Zoom, if you want to raise your hand, I can put you in the commercial breakout room. Everyone else will stay in the Puget Sound Rec. Just a quick reminder to those in the just a quick reminder to those sitting in the waiting room or in this room, if you would like to be put in the commercial room, please raise your hand and I can put you in that breakout room. Thanks.
Hey, everybody, we're gonna get started in just a minute here. All right, thanks everybody for being here. This is the Puget Sound recreational breakout. So just making sure everybody's in the right spot. If you do not want to hear about recreational fisheries, we can direct you to the other breakout rooms that are happening right now. Otherwise, everybody's going to hear about recreational fisheries. So thanks again for being here. Surprise. I guess I'll kind of kick things off then. Thanks again for everybody for being here. My name is Kirsten Simonson. I am the Puget Sound Recreational Salmon Manager. To my left is Mark Baltzell, Statewide Salmon and Steelhead Manager. We have some other folks that are going to be helping us out today. Dr. Derek Dapp is actually currently with the commercial team. He's going to be joining us in a little while to kind of go through some of the now fronts we'll have later on today. So we'll give him a few minutes to help out the commercial team before he comes back over here. So we might skip around a little bit during the day. Haley Rosenthal, our Puget Sound recreational support biologist. We also have Ty Garber and Sarah Richardson in the room. Ty is part of our FRAM modeling team, and Sarah is our Mark Selective Fisheries biologist with WDFW. So again, Puget Sound recreational breakout, and we're gonna go ahead and get started. So just a quick agenda for today. We're going to go through some of the forecast comparisons, just a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the information that was presented earlier today. We'll go through some key takeaways from that forecast for this year, kind of things that we're seeing, things that we'll be watching out for as we go into this planning season. And we'll kind of break that down by both Chinook and Coho. We'll talk through some of the stocks of concern. Obviously, you can already guess what the heavy hitters are going to be in this one, but we'll kind of talk through some of that again. And then finally wrap up with some considerations going into this year, this planning season, and then have plenty of time to open it up to public comment. So Haley, next slide, please. So we're going to start with the Puget Sound Chinook forecast comparison. These are summer falls. This is the wild stocks. So if we want to look between 2023 and 2024, we can see kind of a little bit of a mixed bag in terms of stocks being up and down throughout Puget Sound. I'll draw your attention to a couple different things here. You can see on the top of the screen in red is Stillaguamish. Stillaguamish fish had a really good return last year, kind of an anomalously good return compared to recent history. That number is down this year, and it's kind of more on average with what it has been in recent history. So that is in red. It is 25% below what it was last year, but that's more kind of akin to what it's been in more recent history. Again, with that really good return from last year. A couple things I want to point out too. You see the Green River stock is down this year. And then a couple other ones that are up for this year, namely Puyallup and Nisqually. Again, that's kind of what I alluded to earlier today when we talked about how there's kind of an inverse between if North and Central Sound stocks are doing well, then South Sound stocks tend to do not well. And then the reverse is true. So if the North and Central Sound stocks are doing more poorly, the South Sound stocks tend to do really well. And that's what we're seeing here is we're seeing higher returns and higher forecasts for areas like Puyallup and Nisqually, while Central and North Sound is doing not quite as well. And so that's kind of what's reflected here. So if we move to the next slide. Now we'll move into the hatchery stocks, and you can see overall it's pretty good. If we look at the totals here, we're about on par with what we saw last year. And you can see that there's no red on the screen, which is a good sign. So there's a bunch of stocks that are up from last year, and everything else is kind of just around average with what it was compared to last year. So good? Okay. Oh, all right. So we go to the next slide. Now we're going to move to the kind of a more deep dive into the Coho forecast comparison. So this is natural stocks we're starting out with here. And again, you can see a bit of a mixed bag here between stocks that have improved since last year, stocks that have decreased since last year, and kind of a lot that's right kind of on average. If you look at those total numbers down on the bottom, you can again see it's pretty much really similar to what it was last year. Couple things that I'll point out here. You'll notice that Skokomish is down towards the bottom of the screen. Skokomish is quite a bit down from what it was last year. We also can see that Puyallup and Green are quite a bit down from what they were last year. We'll see that Skagit is quite a bit up from last year. And the Straits Coho stocks are quite a bit up from what they were last year as well. So again, a little bit of a mixed bag, but just wanted to kind of point out some things where there was some pretty significant changes. Next slide. So now I'll move into the hatchery stocks for Coho around Puget Sound. Couple things to point out here. You can see Skagit again is in green there. So there was a pretty good return for Skagit fish, a pretty good forecast for Skagit fish this year. You'll see that Stillaguamish and Snohomish forecasts are both down for hatchery stocks this year. And Nisqually is another one that's down for this year. But again, if we look at the total numbers of hatchery fish forecasts for this year for Coho, it's really similar to what it was last year. So some key takeaways here. So overall for Chinook, we're seeing that natural and hatchery forecasts are slightly down from 2023 for the summer fall stocks. The total returns for 2023 were as compared to 2022. So looking at the returns from last year compared to the year before that, the coast was really similar. The central sound is down and the south sound is up. Again, that's that kind of inverse relationship I just talked about. So that's kind of a consideration moving into this year is what those returns look like for last year. For kind of looking at a couple of the more specific stocks, for Skagit, there have been weak forecasts for Chinook in recent years. In 2022, there was a stronger than predicted return, even though there have been weak stocks forecasted. Last year in 2023, the return was similar to what was expected. And just again to point out that the current forecast for 2024 is lower than what was anticipated in 2023. In the Samish River, we continue to have good hatchery returns. That's a big driver of North Sound and particularly Bellingham Bay fisheries. For the Snohomish, the natural forecasts are down again relative to last year. And the hatchery forecast is good again. There was a lot of talk about Snohomish last year, specifically towards the end of north of Falcon. So just kind of wanted to point that one out. The Stillaguamish is obviously one that we spent a lot of time in this room talking about. This remains in poor population. Again, you saw those numbers are down this year as compared to last year. This will continue to be a primary constrainer for fisheries within Puget Sound. The returns are pretty similar to what they were the year before that. And again, those 2022 returns were relatively high. And then moving into Hood Canal, the hatchery stocks are looking pretty similar to the 2023 forecast. So if we go to the next slide, Haley. So some key takeaways for Coho. Overall, hatchery and wild are up compared to the 10-year average. Again, we're kind of seeing this rebound. I kind of spent some time talking about this during the main session here. We're seeing this rebound of Coho since that 2015 crash due to poor ocean conditions. We are seeing that rebound happening now. So that's kind of been reflective of a lot of increases in Coho stocks over the last several years. A little bit down overall this year compared to last year, but again, the trend is kind of moving up and kind of leveling out now, it seems. For Fraser and Thompson, there have been some improvements, but it's still depleted, and that could still play a role for looking into northern fisheries for this year. For the Snohomish, there were good escapement numbers for 2023. The Snohomish Coho are officially out of rebuilding, which has been great news. That's since last year. But this is still going to be managed pretty carefully, specifically because we don't want to get back into a situation where we're getting back into depleted status. So since we've rebuilt that stock, we want to make sure it stays that way and continues to improve and continues to grow in numbers. Out in the Strait of Juan de Fuca stocks, there have been some improvements. Some stocks are still in depleted status. It's kind of a mixed bag there. It could potentially be a primary constrainer to some fisheries, particularly looking at non-selective fisheries. So we'll talk a little bit more about Strait of Juan de Fuca a little bit later. So any constraints there could be due to, on particularly non-selective fisheries, just looking at those numbers. For South Sound, it's a little bit of a mixed bag, kind of above and below average expected returns. Again, Hood Canal, similar to what we saw last year. And coastal Coho, kind of like I showed in the last session, those forecasts are down from last year. But again, there's kind of been this really pretty significant increase in coastal Coho over the last several years. And that's kind of stabilized and come down a little bit since last year. So we'll move to the next slide. So again, when we're talking about challenges to salmon management, I like to add this to these talks just to kind of remind folks of where we are. So this is now several years old. This is from the 2020 State of the Salmon Report. And you can see here that both Puget Sound, Chinook, and Steelhead is good to mention as well, even though we're not going to talk about those as much during this session. But Puget Sound, Chinook are still listed as being in crisis. That has not changed. These are still ESA listed stocks, ESA listed species, and they're still, that has not changed since the 2020 status. So it's just kind of a good reminder of where these stocks are kind of in the big picture. They are still very depleted. So just reminding everybody of that moving forward. Can we go to the next slide? So again, I mentioned I was going to talk about some of the more specific stocks of concern for Chinook. Stillaguamish is the big one, obviously, so it's likely to still be a constraining stock. Those recent forecasts have had a terminal run size of between 900 and 1,000 fish. It looks like that's going to be a pretty similar trend for this year. In the Skagit, again, there have been weak forecasts in recent years with that stronger predicted return in 2022, which is a little bit of good news, but there has also been poor outmigration in recent years too. This is an area that's also been affected by a lot of environmental uncertainty. A lot of drought and floods have happened in this area, so that'll kind of play into this as well. For the Snohomish, 2023, there was components of the population that were below the LAT. And this year for 2024, that is actually, that same component is below the lower bound. So this will be likely something that we'll spend a lot of time talking about over the next couple of weeks. And then the last one I want to point out is Nisqually. This is a driver of marine fishery shaping mostly in Mid and South Sound, particularly the last couple of years. There has been reduced in-river sport fishery in recent years because of that. There are improved forecasts relative to last year, but it's still likely to be constraining for this coming year in those South Sound fisheries. We'll go to the next slide. For Coho, the Strait of Juan de Fuca, there have been improvements. There was a couple areas that are a little bit up and down, but there have been some pretty good improvements over the last couple of years. It is considered rebuilt as of this past year. Just recently, we kind of got that notification. So again, as a whole, Juan de Fuca, Coho are kind of out of this rebuilding stage, but there are still some areas of concern. Again, that could potentially limit those non-selective fisheries. And again, because this is kind of just getting into rebuilding, we don't want to put too much pressure on stocks that have just been rebuilt. So they'll likely kind of come into play for managing fisheries and planning fisheries going forward. For Snohomish, again, this is been a big topic of conversation for Coho fisheries recently. That stock did, like I said, crash in 2015 and was in a rebuilding plan since then between WFW along with co-managers and NOAA guidance to develop that rebuilding plan. It has been rebuilt as of 2022. Again, this is an area where we're going to make sure that we're not putting undue pressure on the stock that has just been rebuilt. And so we will be keeping a really close eye on those guys. There still are concerns over Thompson River in Canada, as I mentioned before. So that's one that can likely affect some northern fisheries as well. And then Haley, if you want to click forward, the last thing that's worth mentioning for Coho is that in the fall of 2022, there was really bad low water situation. That was when we had all those really kind of late season fires, and we didn't really get substantial water till I think it was like right around Halloween. And so that's going to potentially create some issues. So just something to kind of keep an eye on as we're going forward. That drought could have affected outmigration, so that'll be something that we'll be following over the next couple of years. Again, this kind of goes into what Dr. Litz was saying in the last conversation about how climate could affect these guys. And so, with those bad conditions during that time period, what's that going to look like when they're coming back as well? So again, just things to consider. So I know, so Derek just walked in. It's perfect timing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Derek so he can kind of walk us through some of the NALF runs.
Thanks, Kirsten. Thank you. Thanks, Kirsten. So as we're getting into our first model runs of this year, we always start with what's called the NALF runs. The NALF runs stand for New Abundances and Last Year's Fisheries. So these runs contain updated forecasts for 2024 and Fisheries that represent 2023 in terms of total catch. So this is always the first model run of the preseason. This is what we're using as we start the process. I will say, as in recent years, there are a few forecasts that we're missing at the start of this process. So for Chinook, we're missing Nooksack Springs. Talking with the regionals, they're just finalizing the last pieces of that forecast, and we should have that forecast available soon. We're also missing forecasts from British Columbia as well as from the Oregon coastal stocks. We typically receive those forecasts through the Pacific Salmon Commission process, typically at the start of April. Maybe walking through what we're seeing in these first runs for Chinook, and just maybe highlighting what we have on screen here. If we look at the far left column, we're looking at for each stock. As we go down the list, you can see Nooksack Springs, Skagit Springs, White River, Dungeness, etc. In the second set of columns, you see the management criteria for that stock. So our objective coming out of these first model runs, for example, if you look at Nooksack Springs, we're looking at a southern US exploitation rate ceiling of 10.9%. And then finally, on the third set of columns, the model prediction, you can see what's coming out of this first set of new abundances last year's fishery runs. So for Nooksack Springs, 10.7%. However, for Nooksack Springs, please remember, as in the last slide, we don't have updated forecasts for there just yet. As we go down the list, there are kind of a few things to note this year. So maybe starting with Skagit Springs. Skagit Springs has been a stock that in recent years has been below its low abundance threshold. We do see coming out of the first set of NALF runs that the Skagit Springs are above that threshold, which is good news. But I would note that if you look at the upper Cascade portion of the stock, the escapement is currently projected at 180 fish, and the low abundance threshold is 170. So that's one thing that we're going to be paying attention to as we're going through the modeling if we fall below or stay above that low abundance threshold. Moving kind of a little bit further down the list, Skagit Summer Falls has also been a stock that in recent years has fallen below that low abundance threshold and has helped to drive some fisheries. We do see that it's falling below the low abundance threshold again, and particularly for the sock component of the stock. The low abundance threshold for that stock is 400 fish, and coming out of the NALF run, we're at 315, so that's quite a ways away. For Stillaguamish, Kirsten mentioned that we're in a similar forecast to what we've seen in recent years, but it is a little lower than we saw last year. It's about 200 fish lower in the terminal run size. And so you see the effect of that with the new abundances and last year's fisheries in the modeling. It's slightly increased in terms of exploitation rate. One other stock that we should be paying attention to this year is Snohomish. It is below its lower bound threshold. And I believe it was in this category about 2 years ago as well. Snohomish was a major driver to some of our marine fisheries last year. And it's likely that it will be again this year. Because it's in that below the lower bound category, we don't have a set management objective just yet. That comes through discussions with the co-managers when we fall into that abundance category. Moving into South Sound, there aren't as many stocks that I would note here, but maybe just a few things to mention. Nisqually in recent years has driven some of our fisheries planning, and particularly in some of the Central and South Sound marine fisheries, as well as in-river. We've seen some reductions to Nisqually in in-river sport recently. It is doing a little bit better in terms of forecasts than it has been in recent years. The forecast is about 2,000 fish higher, and we see that reflected here, in both in terms of escapement and total exploitation rate. But it's still one, as we're going through our planning process, that we'll be paying attention to. The last thing I think I'd mention is if you go down to the very bottom of the screen, and recognizing that this group is Puget Sound centric, we do have a lower Columbia Natural Tule ER ceiling that's different than we've had in most of our recent years. That has been 38% total exploitation rate in recent years, and this year there's a little bit higher abundance. It's coming out at 41% total exploitation rate objective. So I think that's all I had on Chinook NALF runs.
I just want to point out that the Coho NALF runs are not finalized yet. We do have Ty Garber, who's working on that in the room today. So if anybody has any specific questions as to where Coho NALF runs stand, you feel free to ask during the question session. Ty will be happy to answer that for you, but we don't have those finalized yet to present. So with that, I'm going to kind of move past that then. So talk about some of the recreational considerations going into this year. Again, just kind of reiterating some things here that still Chinook conservation limits will continue to drive most of the recreational opportunity. Chinook directed fisheries versus time on the water is something that we've been talking about a lot lately. Whether we want to use the available impacts that we do have to kind of bolster Chinook directed fisheries, or whether we use those to kind of as more Coho directed fisheries, and to have increased the amount of time on the water for those fisheries. So that's something that we could consider talking about again this year. Again, kind of going back to the environmental concerns, Dr. Litz did a really great job of going through kind of the current situation in the ocean during her portion of the conversation today. We are in this current El Nino that is a pretty strong one, but is not expected to be long-lived. So we'll kind of see how that relates to what we're seeing in terms of marine survival and kind of how that kind of, evolves over the next several months or so. We do have this current low snowpack that we've been talking about. I found this the other day and I thought it was pretty interesting, but this is the total snowfall accumulation just this week over 2 days from between Tuesday and Thursday. So but this storm system has been really good for us because it's brought a lot of really much needed snowfall to the mountains. The issue that we're seeing now with kind of this El Nino pattern is that whether or not the snow sticks around, because we have this kind of warming situation that we're in right now. The question is going to be whether or not this snow actually sticks around through the spring and kind of helps out with those, river conditions for out migrants, and then again, whether that persists enough to have good flows for returning salmon later on in the year. So just things to think about. So while the situation has definitely improved this week in terms of the amount of precipitation that we've seen and the amount of snowfall, because of the current El Nino, remains to be seen whether that sticks around or not. The last thing I kind of wanted to mention, and this is something we talked about a lot during the town hall a couple of weeks ago, is this kind of just this trend that we've been seeing in recent year variability and effort trends. And we've seen a really pretty big increase in effort recently over these kind of historical averages that we've seen. So Haley, if we want to go to the next slide. So this is a slide that we showed during the town hall as well for anybody who was present for that meeting. And this just kind of shows the average catch per day in a couple of different marine areas. And so you'll see area 7 and area 9 on the top there, and 10 and 11 on the bottom. And these are just kind of 4 areas that we focused on during the town hall, but also 4 areas where we have seen kind of these patterns of increase. 10, not as much, but definitely 7, 9, and 11. We've seen this pretty significant increase in effort and catch per day. And I know that there's a lot of other things that are happening in the background here, namely that those seasons have changed a lot, especially in area 7, where we're having a shortened season. So obviously it's going to increase the effort and the catch per day. But just these are just things that we're thinking about as we're going to plan season. So we have to be really aware of what we're anticipating to see in terms of effort and catch during those time periods, so we can make the most of the impacts that we do have and try to maximize time on the water. So I think that's the last of the meaty slides that I have. So with that, we'll kind of switch gears a little bit. Haley, if you want to go forward. So one of the things that we've heard a fair bit about recently is this idea of having the angling community get more involved. And so one of the things I want to harp on is that we have a way for that to happen already. We do have a method for that to happen right now, and that's through our voluntary trip reports, or VTRs. The website for that is shown here now on the screen, and that is the preferred method for submission of VTR. So we have been pretty consistent about getting these in some areas, but we're going to try to expand this program to make sure that we're getting samples from anglers from voluntary trip reports throughout Puget Sound. So we're going to really encourage folks to do that, and we can kind of take a deep dive and a good look at that at the end of the season, and see how those numbers and how that data compares to things that we're doing within the department, like test fishing. So just kind of putting a plug there for anybody who's going to be out on the water to submit those VTRs. Let us know what you're seeing out there, and that'll kind of help us out as well. So there's a lot of information there about how to submit them if you can't do it online. But again, online is the preferred method. So just kind of looking ahead, so today is obviously the big kickoff meeting for North of Falcon. A lot of other things that are coming up over the next couple of weeks. So we'll kind of go through this really quickly. Next week, a lot of folks in this room will be down in Fresno, or Yes, as I'm hearing it's being called, for PFMC 1. This is where kind of more focused on ocean fisheries. So that's happening next week. After that, the week after that, we will be getting together again with this group for North of Falcon 1. That will be back here in this room on March 13th. So that'll be the next opportunity to kind of hear as things are starting to evolve there. The week after that, there'll be 2 opportunities for folks to listen in regarding Puget Sound recreational fisheries. March 19th on Zoom, 6 to 8 p.m. will be the recreational and coastal freshwater discussion. And then the 21st will be the Puget Sound and freshwater discussion. Those will both be on Zoom, 6 to 8 p.m. Also on Thursday, for those who are interested in Columbia River fisheries, there will be an in-person meeting for that. And it's hybrid, so in-person and on Teams for those folks who want to hear more about Columbia River fisheries. Moving past that, North of Falcon 2 is going to be on the 27th of March. That will be in person and online again, and that will be up in Linwood at the Embassy Suites. And then if we move to the next page, the 27th, there's also a Columbia Snake River conversation, TBD, so keep an eye on the website for anybody who's interested in that one. The 28th, there's a Willapa Grays Harbor fishery conversation on Zoom, again, 6 to 8 p.m. And then kind of starting to wrap it all up, the second week of April, the 6th through the 11th, is PFMC 2, where kind of really everything will come together. And this year, that's going to be in Seattle. So we hope some folks are able to join us there in person as well. And then finally, Willapa Grays Harbor, the last meeting will wrap up April 16th on Zoom. For any other information that folks want, you can see there's lots of websites that are posted up there. There's lots of information under the North of Falcon page. All these meetings will be listed there. And so, yeah, check it out. But lots of stuff coming up, lots of opportunities to have conversations. And I think that's all I have. So with that, we can move to the questions, comments section of the day.
So I've got the mobile mic here. If you want to raise your hand, if you have a question, I'll try to run the mic around to folks who have a question. We'll try to navigate between online and in the room. And maybe just for the folks online and folks in the room, if you'd state your name and if you want to state an affiliation with an angling group or something like that, that'd be great.
Hey, my name's Zach. I'm just a normal fisherman. Looking at the forecast, one of the things that really jumped out to me was the Green River wild coho being just 10% of what it was last year. I know the green is like really hatchery dominant in terms of the stock composition. Like I think there's like 1,000 wild and 60,000 hatchery coming back. But just because it is such a stark drop off, I'm wondering, where we should be thinking about that might be impacting things.
So I might check and see if Aaron Bosworth is on the call, who is our regional bio for the Lake Washington area, if he's online. Oh, yeah, and we have Joe Shorts in the room too, so maybe Joe can speak to that.
Or I'll take a stab at it.
Stab at it. Great.
So through our comprehensive coho management plan, natural coho coming back to the Green River are not a primary management unit. So, we really, for those mid and South Sound stocks, we're really managing more for hatchery escapement. So they are a consideration in fisheries. Obviously, we're concerned about the number of natural fish coming back, but it's not likely to significantly modify fishing opportunities for this year. Other questions in the room? Oh, perfect. Go ahead, Leah.
And Kyle, you can ask your question.
Awesome. Thank you. I have 2 questions about the NALF runs. One, in just looking at this year versus last year, I was trying to understand why the ER ceiling for Skagit summer fall was 15%. This year it was 17%. Last year, with like the same LAT status on the component stocks. I was looking for clarification on that. And then I had a question about the Snohomish too, but I'll wait.
Hey Kyle, this is Derek here. I'll take the question on Skagit first. This is an easy one. In our management plan, we have when we're below the low abundance threshold, we have a management objective of 17%. in the southern US on pink years, so on odd numbered years. And then on even years, we have a 15% objective.
Ah.
That's the reason for it.
That makes sense. Thank you. And then on the Snohomish, I understand this is last year's fisheries, which there wasn't an in-river Chinook opportunity on the Skycoma. So I'm assuming that the mouth run of 8.3% southern U.S. exploitation rate is reflective of that versus last year it was 9.1, which would have included the the 2022 in-river fishery opportunity. Am I thinking about that correctly?
Kyle, sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you in the room, but I think the question that you might have asked was for Snohomish. We're looking at an 8.3% exploitation rate this year, and you had mentioned that last year was at a 9.1% exploitation rate. So, kind of what's the cause of the difference? Am I correct in that? Did I hear that correctly?
Oh, there we go. I got muted. Yeah, so I was trying to understand. I want to make sure I understand that the 8.3 showing up in this year's NALF run does not include the in-river Chinook fishery because that didn't happen last year. So the delta between the two, the 8.3 versus 9.1, part of explaining that delta would be the lack of an in-river fishery on Chinook in 2023 compared to 2022. Is that accurate?
Yes, thanks, Kyle. I think I get the question. For the 8.3%, that is using the new abundances and last year's fisheries, and you are correct that since it's using last year's fisheries, that was with significantly reduced Snohomish in river fishery, is what that's modeled as at the moment. So when we update those fisheries, it'll typically be, we start looking at scenarios for that around the next meeting, I believe March 14th, was it? 13th. So we'll have more information as we start to update pieces like that. And Snohomish, I'm sure, will be a stock that we're looking at in terms of any fisheries changes, both in the marine area and possibly in the freshwater too.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And if there's any opportunity to look at the FRAM breakdown on marine area impacts and where those percentages look like, or I'd love to pick through it and look through it and get better educated in anticipation of that. So thank you.
Next question in the room.
Thanks, Mark. Hey, good morning. George Harris with Northwest Marine Trade Association. I was interested in the slide that showed the CPU for Area 9, 7, 11, if you could put that back up. And I think I was getting the drift that maybe suggesting that there's too much effort or too many anglers, or maybe the anglers are getting more efficient at harvesting the fish. What I see here is I think it shows the abundance of hatchery fish in Puget Sound. And for me, it just emphasizes the importance of using mark selective fishing. If you want to comment on that, or I'll just kind of put that comment in for the record that I see more hatchery fish on the graph and then personally.
Thanks, George. So I think as we look at these graphics, there's a lot that goes into these, and abundance is certainly a piece of it. As we think about hatchery fish in Area 7, we did have a pretty good return to Samish last year, for example. But I think that there's a lot of different pieces going on. You mentioned that there's potentially changing effort and potentially changing kind of efficiency of anglers with better communication and the internet. Perhaps folks are better able to target fish when they're in a certain area. They know the gears and correct fishing spots to go to. There's other things wrapped up in here too. For example, as there's a difference in seasons when you look at these lengths, you also see that more people might funnel into those days open. But regardless, kind of the trend that we're seeing is with all these factors, as you consider all of them, to plan the same seasons with the number of impacts we have available, it does require more impacts to plan those same seasons from what we're seeing with the whole combination, the whole gambit of factors.
would it be possible to overlay the abundance of hatchery fish on that graph? To illustrate my idea?
Let's let's get together after we get through the presentations here. I'll go run and go get my computer and we can see if we can make that happen.
Okay, I wasn't thinking about it that quickly, but if you want to try that, I appreciate that. Thank you, Derek.
Just want to add one more thing to what Derek just said is that, you know, keeping in mind that these are mixed stock fisheries. And so we don't really know so if you're looking at abundance, you know, as a whole for Puget Sound, it would be really difficult to kind of point out exactly what stock would be more abundant to cause any kind of increase in catch that you were seeing. So like Derek said, there's a lot of things that are happening here in the background. And one of the big things to point out is that these are still mixed stock fisheries. So we don't know what stocks that these are actually targeting. We have some modeling that kind of indicates like what we anticipate to be more prevalent in areas at certain times a year, but it's really hard to say what the increase here, which stock would be driving that. And so if there was changes in abundance, it would be really hard to see it in something like catch per day. Angler CPUE is just overall not a really great indicator of total fish abundance in any fishery, not just salmon fisheries, but in any, you know, other fisheries in general as well. So just, again, there's a lot going on in here, a lot that's in these graphs that's kind of in the background. And this is just really specifically looking at the number of fish caught per angler per day and how that trend is increasing over time. So there's just kind of wanted to add to that a little bit.
It looks like we have a caller online. Travis. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Quick question on Area 11, which you guys have heard quite a bit about to include many complaints. Can you explain the reasoning on how our quota is affected by the Stillaguamish restrictions?
I can take a stab at this one. So how Area 11 is affected by the Stillaguamish restrictions. Area 11 does have impacts on the Stillaguamish stock, both in the summertime and in the wintertime. When you look at the per quota impacts on Stillaguamish in Area 11, it is quite a bit lower than some of the areas up to the north and in some of the winter fisheries, but it still does have impacts and still goes into our modeling of Stillaguamish as a stock. So as we have a limited number of Stillaguamish impacts available, we get together at about this time of year and kind of talk about how we might distribute those impacts to Area 11 and other areas. So it is kind of one of the key considerations we're looking at for Area 11. I would mention that in addition to Stillaguamish, in both of the most recent 2 years, we were considering how any changes in Area 11 might affect Nisqually. Nisqually has become a constrainer in those last 2 years, particularly to Area 11 and some of the other marine areas as well.
Okay, well, and then how do you adjust that reasoning to opening the Tulalip bubble, which has probably a much higher impact rate than Area 11?
So we do factor in the Tulalip bubble as well when we're doing our modeling for Stillaguamish and for each year's run. The Tulalip bubble does, when we look at the stock composition from the coded wire tags, it is really skewed toward the Tulalip hatchery stock. There are Stillaguamish impacts in there though, and we do account for them as we do our modeling each year. And the question of that you had about kind of comparing Area 11 to Area 8D, Stillaguamish is one of the main components that we're looking at opportunity trade-offs between areas each year as we're going through this modeling process. So we are looking at both those areas concurrently and with other marine areas too.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Pat Patillo, and I have a couple of comments about, I'll focus on Stillaguamish because it's the most constraining stock. There's no question about that for Puget Sound marine water fisheries. And I guess it could be more general too, but when we say that a stock is going to be most constraining for fisheries, and we use these general graphs, like in the NALF runs, focusing on the limit of 9% for unmarked Stillaguamish. It is between state fisheries and tribal fisheries. We're only going to be focusing on the state's fisheries, the non-Indian fisheries, and that's entirely for Stillaguamish impacts. That's just Puget Sound sport fisheries. So what I recommend to the department for this year is that it's obvious that the 9% is going to be constraining. A lot of it is going to be about allocating the impacts between state and tribal fisheries, though. Last year, we had fisheries in the agreement that for the unmarked fish was less than 4.5%. It was, I think, 3.6%. And so I would like WDFW to consider early fishery options that are planned to take the full 4.5%, 50% of the 9% for Stillaguamish. Given that it's the most constraining stock, allocating the full amount to the non-Indian fisheries, at least having options to start with that take that amount, fully utilizes selective fishing as the main tool for also catching a maximum amount of hatchery fish with that maximized catch of the impact use for sport fisheries in Puget Sound. I'll try to provide some specific guidance for that or recommendations for that as we get into the fisheries specific planning and option development. Nothing more that we can do right now here, but just a heads up. I think a lot of the pressure or the constraint that we see is about allocating the total amount as well as simply the management objectives that are conservation based. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll switch to online. Sandy, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, I'm Sandy Atkinson. I'm with the Evergreen Fly Fishing Club. And I just want to make some comments related to freshwater fishing. You know, when you look at the North Falcon policy that we had an opportunity to review back in January, and this whole presentation here, it's totally focused on salmon fishing and specifically marine areas, and it ignores the extreme impact that the North of Falcon process has on recreational freshwater game fish fisheries. For example, the North Fork of the Stille has been closed for the past 7 years for game fish fishing, summer steelhead and cutthroat fishing. And you look at last year, the Skycomish River was closed. Another caller mentioned the loss of the in-river Chinook fishery on the Skycomish. Well, it was more than that. We also lost the game fish season. So, I just wanted to emphasize that we're losing our freshwater game fish fisheries in Puget Sound during this North of Falcon process. And I think the process ought to point that out, the major impact it's having on game fish seasons. You had a slide earlier that showed on recreational considerations, and there was a bullet item, Chinook directed fisheries versus time on the water. Well, gee, I'd say you could have a lot more time on the water in a non-Chinook directed fishery by opening up the North Fork Stille, like during the summer and early fall. And quite frankly, those of us in the fly fishing community don't think we have significant impact on Chinook and that river. A couple of statements made in the policy. There's a statement: when managing sport fisheries, meaningful recreational fishing opportunities will be distributed equitably across fishing areas. Well, I certainly hope that includes freshwater fishing areas and not just the marine fishing areas. And there's another statement on the policy about, and it states, quote, I quote, monitoring, sampling, and enforcement programs will be provided to account for species and population impacts of all fisheries. Well, I will say in the last year or two, we have seen more monitoring in the Stille system, but we could see. I think there could be even more monitoring so that we could really determine the real impact of freshwater fishing on Chinook. Chinook, the ESA listed Chinook, say in the North Fork of the Stille. So I would encourage you to increase that monitoring so we could determine the real impact of Chinook when fly fishers are out there fishing for game fish. So anyway, I'm kind of done some rambling here, but my focus is on the impact on freshwater fisheries, and I appreciate the opportunity to make these comments.
We have another person online. Okay. Okay, we are gonna go with Keith. Keith, go ahead. Someone just. Keith, if you're there, you can unmute. Okay, we're gonna keep rolling and go to Carl. Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the previous gentleman's comments and the importance of recognizing WDFW policy and North of Falcon policy, and the importance of recognizing the diversity of the users and not getting completely Chinook concentric. Just because Chinook salmon are our greatest obstacle in crafting fisheries, recreational salmon fisheries for Puget Sound, does not mean that we need to focus use all of our tokens in harvesting Chinook. And it's no secret that I represent the charter industry in marine waters, and that my interest is in marine waters. But sometimes the freshwater does get overlooked in the process, and we are getting an increased participation. We do have some folks that are getting more involved in this process that represent the freshwater systems, and I'm happy to see that. I want everyone to be involved in this process. And I want to recognize that, catch and release fishing in marine waters as well as freshwater is part of North of Falcon policy. And, we had a pilot catch and release salmon season in Marine Area 10 for over a decade, and it was basically wiped out in order to get agreement with our co-managers because they didn't like it. And this is something we need to somehow agree to disagree with our co-managers, that we want to be able to shape our fisheries based on our conservation objectives and try to set aside our political differences. There are a lot of things that the tribes are doing that, we don't necessarily agree with, but, we're happy to let them conduct their fisheries the way that they conduct them. And I am just here to say that I want to remind the department that these policies are important, that we listen to all the constituents, and we consider mark selective fishing, catch and release fishing, coho fishing, freshwater fishing, and all of our options. And I'm absolutely in favor of time on the water over Chinook concentrated fishing. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Norm Reinhardt. I'm here with the Kitsap Pogie Club, like always. First, I'd like to thank the department for all the hard work that you put in to get this far. But this is early in the North of Falcon process, and I think it's a good time to ask maybe some tough questions. And the first one is my annual go-to, and that is, hopefully we're looking at the Skokomish River and making progress in engaging that tribal management team in reopening that river in some capacity. And if that's not possible, finding areas on the river that's outside the purview of the current legal dispute and allowing the public to fish in some manner. That's my first comment. Can I make another now? Thank you. You know, there was a slide up there that was talking about allocation of impacts. Where do we want to spend our impacts? And I'm specifically talking about Chinook or Chinook impacts. I would like to see some information, and primarily I fish Area 10. And I know over the last couple of years, there was a well-kept secret for a long time that come June, you could find some very nice resident coho fishing in Area 10. And in recent years, that has ballooned. In my understanding of allocation of resources or allocation of impacts, there are Chinook impacts in all of our fisheries. I would like to see some type of, if possible, overlay showing the number of impacts utilized in an increased effort in June and what it costs the Chinook fishery in August or July, even as early as July. I know there's a push to keep that coho fishery open the way it has been. I would like to know the cost to the Chinook fishery, to those recreational fishermen, to that mom or pop that wants to take their kid out to catch a good-sized fish through the entire season. Is that possible? Put that kind of information together so that we can see the cost, the actual cost to a Chinook fishery of maintaining a coho fishery based on recent effort. That's my question. It's a tough one. I'm not asking for an answer right now, because I don't think we can have one right now. But yeah, I would like to see that maybe by March 13th when we reconvene in here. And my last comment is, I wish the director was still here, because I have a complaint about the Zoom meetings. I'm here in person to make that complaint. And this is my complaint. I was in a Zoom meeting yesterday with the department and I could see all participants. I could see everyone that was there participating in that meeting. And that means if I see Carl in the meeting and he asks a question and I want to follow up with him, I know I can call Carl. I don't have to do it during the Zoom meeting, but I can call Carl. But when I go to something like the Grace Harbor Zoominar, that's what I'm going to call it, I can't see anyone. I can't see anyone but a few department people. And then, oh, by the way, I know that there's other department people listening because they'll pop in and their picture will show up all of a sudden and then they'll disappear again. Well, to me, there's a problem with transparency here. I'd like to know whether other fishermen that I know are participating in the meeting so that I can call them after the meeting. But as it is, I'm kept in the dark. So I would ask the department to take a real strong look at, if they can, figure out a way to allow us to see each other and turn off our mics. You know, we don't want people disrupting the meeting. We don't want people trying to enter in there and changing graphics or anything. But it would be nice to see who's involved so we can communicate with each other. Because how else can we get consensus instead of battling each other via emails through you folks? I think I'm done now.
Norm, I can speak to you really quick on the Zoom stuff. So the reason why in the webinars you can't see people is just it's a Zoom thing. It's not, we can't make it so you can see participants in the webinars. But they have made some recent updates to security where we can turn off everybody's mute mics like we did today in regular meetings. So, and in regular meetings, you can see the participants. So there is possibility for that in the future. We just need to look more into it. Zoom updates probably once a week with different changes. So it's always evolving, and hopefully we can get it so you guys can do that pretty soon. I get it. Yeah, no, I get it. And we'll look at the different settings and see if we can lock them down a little bit more so we can run them that way. Yeah.
Maybe I could go to your second point you had, Norm. So on area 10, time step 2, you're right. I won't have an answer right this moment. And, but that is something that we can look at, the effect of that, the Coho directed Chinook non-retention fishery in that time period. We have been seeing an increasing effort in that fishery in recent years. And our estimates coming out of the sampling last year was that it was the highest number of Chinook encounters we've seen during that Coho based period in all time, basically. I do know that that fishery is one that doesn't typically have large impact on Stillaguamish, but it does impact Stillaguamish and does have impact to the other stocks that we're looking at. So that's a scenario that we can include in that modeling exercise for March 13th. Maybe circling back to some of the other participants here, I think I heard some other requests for other modeling exercises that we can potentially include from Sandy, Carl, and Kyle. I think I heard interest in maybe doing a little bit of modeling of freshwater fisheries in Snohomish and in Stillaguamish. So we can include that in our modeling scenarios as well.
And I'll tackle your first question, Norm. I hope I'm not giving any deep, dark secrets away, but the reason Director Susowin's not here right now is he had a scheduled meeting with the Suquamish Tribal Chair today, specifically about fishing in the river. So, you know, I don't have any expectations that we're going to have some grand plan coming out of a meeting with the director today. But I know that Mark Downen works really closely with the tribal biologists and harvest managers there. He's come up with some ideas for all sorts of different opportunities that would return fishing to the Suquamish River, including maybe not targeting Chinook as a start, right? So I think we're exploring all the options we can to try to reestablish a fishery in the Suquamish. No problem.
And it looks like we have somebody online. Keith, looks like you've been able to unmute. You want to go ahead?
You betcha. Thanks for taking time. I've got actually 3 questions, if that's okay. One is with encounters. I was wondering in the last 10 years if there's been any change predictively on what the mortality rate is on encounters. Just like any fisherman, concerned about how well we treat the fish that we have to catch and release. Of course, the ones that are natural unclipped. So that's one question. Second question, and by the way, I'm from the swim area, so I fish mainly in Marine Area 6. I'm a member of the North Olympic Peninsula Anglers chapter as well. The Elwha River has, of course, so much has been done to restore that river and all. I was wondering if there were any insights that could be shared on the Chinook forecast being so well below what it has been. So if there's some mitigating factors that you guys are aware of, I'd love to hear about that, because that's a concern just for my area and really for what we're trying to do with salmon recovery efforts in the Northwest? So that's the second question. The third one is if someone could provide a little bit more color yet on the Stiligwamish forecast and how that's a mitigating, limiting factor on fishing opportunities, not just in that area, but in areas 6 and 7. So I just would like a little better understanding on what kind of evidence we have from fish that have been collected and what the science is telling us about what we need to do in order to protect that particular run as well. And that's it. 3 questions.
Maybe I can start on where you ended up there, Keith. For Stiligwamish, we are investigating kind of the factors that are affecting the productivity of that stock. We have a number of studies that are occurring right now in our science division. And we have a number of funding sources that we've applied for and are looking to kind of further investigate kind of why are we seeing this lower productivity in Stiligwamish. Particularly speaking to one of the studies that we've got going on right now is we have we're building a model that looks at habitat restoration versus kind of other factors on that river. I know one of the things that they're looking into, and one of the things that they think might be particularly important in terms of what's affecting Stiligwamish's flow, and then also sediment, particulate sediments in the water there. They think that that's something that affects kind of the survival of juveniles. So those investigations are ongoing, but we're hoping that we can have a little bit more to speak to on that one in coming years.
And as far as, is there much awareness on where the fish are being fished, so to speak, that's limiting that out in Puget Sound as far as the, the tag salmon that are coming back? What kind of data has that supplied us with?
Yeah, so to assess where the Stiligwamish Chinook are being caught in Puget Sound, we use our coded wire tag system. So what we're doing is we're releasing fish with small metal identifiers in their snout, hatchery fish. And then we're looking at their recovery distribution across different marine areas. And there's sampling programs that occur from California all the way up to Alaska to recover those tags. And so we evaluate those as part of the modeling process to see kind of where we're catching those fish. There typically is a little bit of a lag, about a year or two, when we're looking at those coded wire tags, but that's kind of our primary source that we're using for that.
And is it possible to be able to look at that data? Because again, I'm just wanting to understand better how Area 5, Area 6, Area 7 are affecting that particular fishery, and whether that, again, it's going to benefit Stiligwamish fishery to have limited opportunities in those other areas. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's that data is all publicly available. There's a database. It's called the ARMIS system. So RMIS. If you go online and Google that, it'll have all the tag recoveries publicly available for anybody who wants to query them.
Super, thank you.
I'm Rob Larson, and today I'm got one question or one request that actually is for Puget Sound anglers, representing Puget Sound State. Ron couldn't be here today. And that has to do, I have another question after this, but that has to do with the catch record cards and the identification on the card, and suggest that we return to marked and unmarked. We have in 2003, I think, when we had it originally, the marking program and clipping came about. It was about 2 years when the cards had marked and unmarked. Today we have a lot of fish, and I would commend the department for going to natural origin fish and away from wild. We have a lot of fish that are hatchery origin that spawn in the wild, and they have fins, and it's a more accurate way to define that they're natural origin, because we don't really know that they're wild or hatchery, and that can be used against us by anti-hatchery groups and different things. But it, in addition to that, I hear a lot of people commenting about the number of fish that they catch that are unmarked. And we know that we have hatchery fish that we release so that we can see what the number of fish that are returning to the hatcheries are that are unclipped so that we can record those. And it just is there's a lot of fish that are unmarked that aren't wild fish. So I think that the catch record card should be updated to reflect that, and that's the request. There's also some extended rearing programs like at Baker Lake for sockeye, and we clip the fin on some of those extended rearing, and yet everybody knows that that's a hatchery run. And I've heard people say, well, I record those fish as hatchery, and I know that's not the right way to do it. It defines in the WDF rules that if it's clipped, it should be recorded as a hatchery, and wild if it's not, but I still think that this would help clear that up. And so that's the request from Puget Sound Anglers. And I would like to reiterate a comment that was made earlier from Pat, that the resource allocation of our fish, it should be looked at with opportunity. The burden of conservation should be shared equally with our co-managers. We are we're using every method we possibly can in selectively harvesting our fish. And as co-managers, we should be able to allow the harvest of our fish with the impact that we make on those natural origin fish.
Our next person online is Dave. Dave, go ahead.
Good morning, all, and thank you, staff, for putting all this together. Dave Grunquist from Squim. My questions, I guess, are broad. They cover a multitude of sins, but as far as the potential for a non-selected coho fishery in 5-6 this fall, maybe even into 7, I'm interested in what the run timing is on the Thompson River coho. Some research that I've done would indicate that the majority of the run is through the straits by the middle of September. We had 2 weeks in October last year for non-selective fishery, and it was enjoyed by everybody. And we'd like to see that possibility show up again, and maybe even move the opening for that to September 15th, to the middle of October or the end of October if possible. And tied in with that is the Muckleshoot, as I understand it, have released 1 million unclipped coho out of their facility. And those fish are going to have to come through 5 and 6 before they get into the sound. How that might factor into having a non-selective coho fishery. As far as the Dungeness Chinook, talked about all the management goals, but none of the Dungeness Chinook are adipose clipped. I'm curious how the data, how impacts are being measured, where those fish are being caught. The current captive brood program or hatchery program on the Dungeness is now doing a left ventral clip, not an adipose clip, with my understanding that is when those fish return, they are passed back into the river to spawn naturally, but they're not accessible to the fishing community. And might it be possible to put a left ventral clip as a permitted capture by a recreational fisherman? I see that it's happening on the Lower Columbia now to help with some hatchery returns on the cowlets. And to the Stillaguamish, it's obviously an issue with everybody. The future brood documents show that they're allocated somewhere in the neighborhood of, between the two hatcheries, there are 440,000 releases, all adipose clipped, but they're not making their brood document goals. They're running maybe 50 to maybe 60% of that. Are there problems in the hatchery, or are there problems with the out-migrating smolts getting munched by pinnipeds at the river mouth, birds, or whatever? And could they improve their production numbers, kick them up to 500 or 600,000 to help try to get that run rebuilt with an integrated program. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us all here. My name is Alex Van Hine, and Derek, I was hoping that you might be able to provide some more clarity and explanation as to how the department has concluded that any particular marine area has more abundances of Stillaguam Chinook than another. What studies are used to determine that an area has a greater impact on Stillaguam stocks over any other marine area?
Thanks, Alex. So this is related to the question that we got earlier. We determined that through the coded wire tag returns. And so what we're looking at is when we see a greater impact on Stillaguamish in one area versus another area, we're looking at kind of from those coded wire tag returns what the distribution of that Stillaguamish catch is across different marine areas. So that's the primary tool that we're using for this. Now, I will say that our base period that we're using right now for Chinook is 2007 through 2013. So that's kind of the set of years we're using in terms of those coded wire tag returns. That's we updated that back in around 2017 to include kind of that year set.
Okay, and so who is the hatchery for the Stillaguamish River? Are we working with the Stillaguamish tribe to implement those CWTs into those fish?
I'm going to look to Ed in a second to confirm this, but
I can go a different direction.
There's two hatcheries on the Stillaguamish River.
Okay.
There's one on the North Fork, which is called the White Horse.
Yep.
I believe that one is run by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'll look to Ed for a head nod or no. Okay. That one's from Stillaguamish. And then there's another one on the South Fork, Brenner, that I think is us. No. Okay. So both of those are the Stillaguamish tribe.
Okay. So, and what was the model year you said we're running off of? 2007 to 2015?
2007 through 2013. And keeping in mind the Brenner facility in the South Fork is relatively new, so it would be primarily off the White Horse hatchery stocks from the North Fork.
Okay.
And maybe just one more piece on the Stillaguamish has an interesting run. It's a mix of summer run fish and fall run fish, and the North Fork hatchery, the White Horse, primarily produces summer run stock, whereas the South Fork hatchery, the Brenner facility, produces mainly fall stock.
The Brenner hatchery, you mean? It's raised at the Brenner hatchery. Then they're acclimated through the White Horse facility. Okay. I'm asking Derek just because of reviewing the MSF, the Mark Selective Fishery Summaries. It doesn't appear to be like a drastic amount of Stillaguamish Chinook that are being counted on our CWTs. Matter of fact, in 2022, there was 0 in Marine Area 7 counted, while there was 3 for the Samish. In general, I would say there's at least nearly double CWTs for the Samish than there are counted for the Stillies. So I just was wanting to see exactly if that's what we're using CWT, then the information that we're seeing as of recently, not the model you guys are going off of, doesn't exactly indicate a whole lot of Stillaguamish CWTs being found.
Yeah, so the way that the CWTs work and the way that the abundance works in the modeling, we're trying to estimate a stock-specific impact on a stock, and every stock is going to have very different abundances in the model. When you look at Samish versus Stillaguamish, there's a much greater cohort size of those Samish fish. So when you look, say you had a quota of 1,000 fish in Marine Area 7, Stillaguamish is probably going to make up a relatively small portion of that quota because of the stock size of that compared to other stocks in the modeling. And moreover, as you look at the coded wire tags, one of the reasons why we often use kind of an average to develop that distribution is because we have a limited number of coded wire tag returns that are that we're seeing. There can be variance across years, and some of that is just due to the natural kind of movements of the fish, but some of it is also likely driven by kind of smaller sample sizes. And so by looking at kind of a grouping of years, we can get at larger sample sizes as we're doing those analyses.
Okay, I'll just one more question, then I'll pass it up until it comes back around. But so how does the abundance of hatchery fish factor into the encounter rates and impact percentages on wild fish?
Yeah, so the way that our modeling works is that say we have a quota, say it's 1,000 fish in Marine Area 7. The way that we parse that out into what stocks is that 1,000 fish comprised of is we look at those coded wire tag returns, and we look at what the average impact during that time period, 2007 through 2013, was on that stock in that fishery and time period. So summer versus winter, for example. And as we parse that out, we then look at what that average impact is, and then we compare that impact in the fishery versus whatever year you're modeling in. So fisheries have different magnitudes in that 2007 through 2013 period versus what we might be proposing now, and you got to adjust for that. When we look at what that average stock impact is, then we take that and we use that across all the stocks in the modeling that are encountering that fishery. Every year, there's going to be different cohort sizes of stocks, and that's a very complicated concept, but hopefully it made some sense. We're taking into account the magnitude in the fishery every year, how historically a stock might have been impacted in an area, and what the cohort sizes of each stock impacted in that area were, to predict kind of how that 1,000 fish gets parsed out into impacts.
Sure, I would bet it's going to take me years to understand all of that, but would it be understandable for one to think that if you have more hatchery abundance in an area, given that we would determine that we could agree that there was an abundance of hatchery fish, that it's less likely for us to have an encounter with a wild fish than it is with a hatchery fish?
Yep, that's correct, and that's reflected in the modeling. If we had a year, say, if we took last year, for example, we took 2023, our preseason run, and say I don't remember exactly what the quota was in Marine Area 7, but say it was 2,000 fish. If we took exactly that run and then modified the hatchery abundances to be 2 times what they were, it would greatly reduce the impact, say, on Stillaguamish on the wild stock, because of that 2,000 fish that's going into the modeling, a much greater portion will now be made up of that hatchery component.
So that would also probably indicate a good reason for why we should update that model.
It's updating the model to a new base period is something that will happen at some point. But it's something that takes a lot of work and a lot of QA/QC. To get that 2017 model approved, it was years of QA/QC leading into that. So we will update the model at some point, but it's Thanks, Alex. So that there's 2 hands raised in the room. We have Norm and we have Pat.
We have a few on Zoom. I'm going to switch to Tori really quick. Tori, go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
So my question is on Stillaguamish. So the last 2 years, our in-river coho fishery has closed early. The last 2 years, they've ran around 2 weeks or so. Last year, we didn't see any monitoring on the Stillaguamish as far as fish checkers. And last year we went over our impacts. How was that determined? And did they come out of the in-river fishery for the coho, or were they up in the North Fork?
So I can take that a little bit. We did have monitoring last year on the fishery. That's how we knew that anglers had encountered Chinook, and we needed to take action to ensure that we were protecting Chinook that were in the river at that time. So whether you were out on a day that the fish checkers were out there in a certain spot or not, I can't say. But we did have boots on the ground in the Stillaguamish last year.
Okay. I guess my problem is, so I'm local to Arlington. I have a lot of buddies who are also local to Arlington, and we spent a lot of time on that river. And when they closed the river down, we all kind of got together and we're like, did anyone see a fish check? And we're like, no, we never got checked. And we all fished a lot of popular areas. Is it what percentage of the data is, because I mean, I would have to imagine there's an average. You take, a certain average based off of the amount of anglers. What percentage, I guess, is that being calculated with? Is it like a quarter of it, and then you just factor in the other 75%? Like you go on a couple days and you sample, say there's 100 anglers on the river. How many anglers are you sampling and then coming out with that average?
So I'm going to encourage you to reach out to Evan Boer at the department. He is our main person who's leading up those creel monitoring programs, and would likely be able to work with the regional bios in that area to get you the information you're looking for. We're not going to have that information here today to be able to share, but it is something that we have. It's publicly available data, and we'll make sure we can get it to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then the next question is going to be, what are we looking at as far as an in-river fishery, and what can we do to keep it open longer?
Well, again, I think we'll evaluate that as we get through the modeling scenarios here in the next few weeks, and start to put all our fishery inputs for the 2024 seasons into the model and see where that lays out. Obviously, we're trying to keep the fisheries from previous years in place, expand them as we have the opportunity. Again, we try to achieve a balance between inside and outside sharing of those impacts. And so in order to expand opportunity in the river, we're going to have to take those impacts from elsewhere, which would likely be other marine area fisheries to be able to do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And we would really like to see more opportunities expanded on the river season if we could get that done.
Okay, Pat Patillo. I wanted to focus on fisheries and for 2024, and 'cause that's what it's all about, right? And seems to me that a general takeaway that I have from the forecast that we've heard today is that things are, though there's a lot of differences out there, it's really pretty much the same. What I expect for fisheries is that they're going to, for Puget Sound, they're going to be very similar to what they were last year. Not a pink year, doesn't matter. The seasons are going to be very similar for Coho and for Chinook. I think that it's a priority for us. I just want to state what I think our priorities are for sport fishing in Puget Sound. That we want stability. And so in a way, this is really good news that we've got no really big upsetting the apple cart type of forecast. So let's remember what our priorities are. We do want days on the water. We want a fair distribution across all areas. We know that Coho opportunities provide the most benefit in terms of angler trips. So they're the biggest seasons that we've got. There's a lot more angler trip benefit, economic benefit coming from those seasons than from the rest of the fisheries. But all of our fisheries that we had last year are important. And so let's not drop everything let's not zero out any fisheries. Let's try to maintain what we have what we had in 23. And then let's try to support the department's efforts in reducing the intensity of in-season management. I want to take this moment to applaud the department for their attempts. I mean, it's a real struggle, as you pointed out here, with the intensity of fisheries that are caused by changes and concentrations and small quotas. But you're taking some actions, you did this last year, that are positive. One of those is today's fishery, March 1st, for Area 10 and 11, having the blackmouth fishery, really the only blackmouth fishery, until April for Area 5. And you've done it in a way that hopefully brings an ounce more of stability, and that's by opening them up at the same time, Area 10 and Area 11. That's a good thing. There are other ways, I think, that could we could enjoy more stability in our fisheries too, but without dropping out fishery or zeroing fisheries. That's the most stable fishery, right? A zero. So let's remember that we're also asking for consideration of some of those fisheries that have had the biggest beatdown, the biggest loss in opportunity. And the examples that I can think of for Chinook are Area 7, Area 8.1, and 8.2. They're zeroed out for blackmouth. Area 9, zeroed out. And if there is some way to have a broadening of that, hopefully successful simultaneous opening, spreading out the effort across fisheries, maybe they are smaller quotas, but it still might be possible to have a rather than a concentration of our effort, having it spread out by considering more opportunities in that March timeframe. So I want to put a placeholder here for when we get around to modeling specific fisheries and entertaining specific recommendations or suggestions for fisheries, that Area 7, winter, Area 8.1, 8.2, and 9, winter, be given some consideration for very small fisheries, something like a 2-day per week fishery in March. Isn't that crazy that we're talking about that? Such a small fishery that over the entire month we might just have maybe 4 openings. But if it's possible with small numbers like quotas of, we're talking in the hundreds, not thousands, it might be possible within the total impact constraints on Stillaguamish that are affecting all of those fisheries. Some redistribution might be appropriate between areas. It's a struggle. We can look at the history, though, of our fisheries and how we distributed them as a guide, but zeroing out areas, I'd like to see us not give up on those areas that have recently been closed entirely. Please keep the consideration, the possibility open that could happen, a blackmouth fishery in a broader area in March in 24-25. Thank you.
Okay, our next person online is Bart. Bart, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'd like to start by saying I've fished these waters for 60 years. I know a little bit about what's going on out there. I believe that releasing more Chinook is a good thing for the state. I've even spent 2 seasons feeding these fish in net pens that are raised to be released into the saltwater as juveniles. What I take issue with is the parameters are now set to close recreational fishing when a small amount of juvenile fish are hooked and released. Last year that number was 3,209 fish. Also last year, 120,000 of these juvenile fish were released on June 21st, 9 days prior to the July season open in Marine Area 11. And I believe that where these fish were released, 90 to 95% of all marine area fishers fish that area. They closed the season after 8 days of fishing due to encounters with juvenile fish, with 76% of the retainable quota left to harvest. I see this as a problem. Recreational fishing has suffered from things like the fake Mid-Hood Canal run that we know is not a run. And now, since that didn't work, we got the Stillaguamish fish that are unknown amounts of millions of dollars, and several years have gone into reviving these fish without any positive results. Just a handful of years ago, Marine Area 11 was open for salmon fishing 300 days a year. Since then, all South Sound and Mid Sound hatcheries have had a large return of Chinook. Last year, the South Sound hatcheries had a return of over 20,000 Chinook. 10,000 of those were surplus. The Mid Sound had a return of 14,000 fish and a surplus of 6,700 fish. These numbers do not include either the Puyallup, Nisqually, or Muckleshoot's return that we're not privy to. These numbers show that an 8-day season was not only closed premature, but he left a large amount of harvestable fish on the table that we weren't able to access. I think I'll stop there, and I'll have one question is, I'd like to know why Marine Area 10 has 4 times the amount of impacts available, 5 times the amount of juvenile encounters than Marine Area 11. Does Marine Area 11 impact stillyfish more than 10? And I've got more, but I'll get that at another meeting. Thank you.
Art, when you mentioned in terms of impacts, you meant in terms of sublegal encounters and in terms of legal encounters?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you repeat that?
When you said in terms of 5 times the impact, you meant in terms of legal encounters and in terms of
Well,
sublegal-
okay, let me find it. I've got it written down here. It's 4 times the amount of total encounters, 5 times the amount of sublegal encounters. And it doesn't make sense that if an area is going to affect Stillaguamish fish, and that's going to be our parameters for our seasons, something's skewed here. Can you explain the discrepancy of the amount of numbers?
Thanks, Bart. If you could maybe reach out to me, I'll take a look at those numbers and I'll see exactly what's causing the difference in those numbers between the 2 areas.
Yeah, I think it's a big discrepancy if we're going to use the stillies as our parameter to shut things down. So yeah, I will reach out to you and see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How about the poor cousin, Chum? Are we going to have any opportunity for fresh and saltwater chum fishing in Mid and South Sound this year?
I'll try to tackle that one since I don't see any of our chum friends in the room. We continue to see pretty poor productivity in South Sound. We have seen some decent productivity in hatchery runs for chum. I think last year we were able to provide some opportunity, especially later in the year when we got a better handle on what the run size was coming into Puget Sound. But I can't guarantee that right now, Norm. I want to get through the process, see where we are. I think, again, the co-managers have done a lot together looking at those in-season assessments as the run comes in and being able to provide opportunities. But I think we've been really cautious since you saw the numbers there from 19 and 20 were some of the lowest chum returns that we've had, and we're trying to make sure that we're perpetuating those stocks into the future, especially on the natural runs.
And we will go online to Kyle. Kyle, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me better now. So my question is about the data that we review with these sort of kickoff meetings. You know, I know it's in, you know, there's an impressive amount of detail here on the environment and you know, prior to the forecast. And I'm wondering if there's a way to start reviewing some of the predator factors and predator populations, numbers, estimates as the way we look at kind of reviewing the macro picture and environment. You know, since that NOAA study that showed that, you know, 7 times the combined recreational commercial fishing impact on salmon was the number for predator. You know, it seems like it might be really helpful to get a picture on that. And I know we had a great presentation last year about, you know, the Marine Mammal Protection Act and some of the things that WFW was doing within that. And it'd just be great to start to see that as kind of a, you know, I don't know if there's a plan to have an update on that and, you know, more discussion on that. But it seems like an outsized factor in our, you know, return health, and maybe even looking at numbers like, you know, that smolt to adult return number historically, you know, would be really interesting to kind of look at that over time and just see how much those different macro factors are impacting things before they ever get to our fisheries, you know, side by side with all the environment things that we're looking at as well.
Great afternoon, everyone. Larry Phillips. Great to see everybody. I just want to maybe pile on a little bit with what Pat Patillo had to say. You know, the opportunities that exist today obviously are a fraction of what they were historically, but there's a lot of value and a lot of you know, legacy memory of folks who got to participate in fisheries across Puget Sound. I think one of the ways, though, Derek, I know you've worked on this for a few years now, is this kind of a calculator, if you will, that documents the, you know, the proportion of the amount of harvested fish associated with an impact. And I think that's a really valuable tool as we navigate through the season setting process. It's valuable for a few reasons, and particularly as we look at, you know, significant surpluses of hatchery fish that we see. Again, I don't want to say it should be the only filter that we use to develop opportunity, but it really allows us to make an informed decision. The currencies are not the same. Some fisheries are very expensive in terms of ESA impacts. And so that results in far fewer days or far fewer number of angler trips that we can take and stay within our constraints. So, and maybe, Derek, there's a way to make it a little easier for folks to follow by maybe using per one encounter impact associated with time and space. We can maybe talk about that some more here later, but I appreciate you doing that last year, and I think it would be a real valuable tool to have that in front of us again this year as we delve into this.
Thanks, Larry. As we develop the modeling tool for this coming year, I'm intending to kind of put the Stillaguamish impacts per 1,000 fish or per whatever metric we could look. That way we could examine across marine areas. As you mentioned, there are very different marine impacts across areas.
Okay, we're going to switch to E online. E, you can go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, this is E. Like Art, I would like to express my concern over the management of Marine Area 11 in particular. I was curious, I have three questions, I guess. First, I'd like to know where WDFW has the data and criteria and processes used to either open or close marine areas like 11 in season. It doesn't seem like it's the quota of harvestable fish that's resulting in closure there. So where is that data online, and is it updated in a timely manner in the summer?
So if you're looking for the catch data, that is updated on a weekly basis, and we do post that information online, and that will include whatever the fishery controls are determined to be for the summer fishery for Area 11 and all the areas. We update that weekly as everything comes in. The estimates are calculated on a weekly basis, and so typically as soon as they're available, we get them posted online. It's usually by like the following Friday, so there's a little bit of a delay, but we try to get it up as soon as possible.
The other thing I'll add to your question is the methods that we use for our monitoring programs and the math calculations that we use to get to the estimates of catch and encounters. Those are available on our website. There's a Mark Selective Fishery Methods report that's been on our website for at least 10 years. We're still using those same methods. And so I would encourage you to search that out, and you'll find probably more detail than you want in how we do the math and how we get to those estimates.
Okay, thanks for that update. I think my second question deals with the blackmouth fisheries. And, as you know, we've had a lot of closures of the blackmouth fisheries, which means that blackmouth abundance is higher in the summer. And I'm curious about the percentage of blackmouth that are being caught in the summer and kind of counted against sort of the ocean harvest, ocean return type fish. Where is data available, or is data available that we might see how many blackmouth are being caught in 9 and 10 and 11 in the summer fisheries? And essentially, sort of counting against the larger returning migratory Chinook. And I guess I'm curious about this question because, as many of you know, the blackmouth are chemically contaminated and actually subject to dietary restriction. And so I'm concerned if we're using a lot of summer quota on blackmouth, that doesn't seem to be a good trend for us. So is there any data like that that's available to the public?
So we do not try. Derek, did you want to take a stab first? So we do not try to attempt in season to determine whether a sublegal caught fish is a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old. So when I think of blackmouth, I think of a sub-adult. So that would be probably less than 3 years old and staying in Puget Sound. We don't have a good way, or we don't currently analyze or do those assessments in season about the percentage of 2-year-olds or 3-year-olds that are less than 22 inches in size that are part of the fishery.
I think I'm curious about even, you've defined sublegals as less than 22 inches, but in the summertime, particularly in the early season, right, when something opens, there's a lot of 24, 25, 26, 27-inch fish being caught that are almost certainly blackmouth and not migratory fish. Where is your data on those? And sort of, is there any attempt made to understand this relationship between blackmouth and migratory fish in the quotas that are getting eaten up essentially?
And maybe if I could follow up on Mark's answer there. People have, I would say people have different definitions for blackmouth, whether it's an immature fish or whether it's a fish that stays and resides in Puget Sound. And I think when we're looking at the modeling, it is more typical that the yearling life strategy fish are more likely to residualize and become those quote unquote blackmouth that stay in the area. As we're doing the modeling, we do account for differences in terms of both in terms of distribution of catch, as well as in terms of how we're modeling those impacts for the yearling component of South Sound fish and then of the fingerling component. So we do have some ability to look at that in the modeling postseason. As Mark said, it's very difficult to look at that in season. One thing I would say is in terms of blackmouth, and when we look at yearling releases versus fingerling releases, there was more yearling programs in the past. Recently, I believe that the only program we have that releases yearlings in Mid and South Sound is the Icy Creek in the Green River system.
Nope. We have 3 yearling programs, Derek. We have one at Hoodsport. We have one at Icy and one at Wallace, I believe.
That's my mistake. I meant for Mid and South Sound, but
okay.
And I guess if that's your answer there, I have one last question. As Art pointed out, Marine Area 11 closed with about 80% of our quota remaining, essentially right when the true migratory large Chinook come back, which was quite disturbing to the South Sound fishermen, of course. I would like to know why, if we have a closure like that where Marine Area 11 is not going to reopen, why isn't our Chinook quota immediately reallocated to other marine areas to keep them open longer so that fishermen still get an opportunity? Because if it just closes with no reallocation of quota, we've lost harvestable fish.
So I guess I'll try to speak to that one. So the reason that we can't reallocate a quota from one area to another area has to do with the modeling of the stocks that are present in those areas, because there are some differences there. So we model each fishery to be area per area. So, something like closing area 11 doesn't necessarily relate to having fish in, say, area 5 or even area 10, because they're all modeled slightly differently. So that's one of the main reasons that we can't reallocate stocks. It's because it's not necessarily a one-to-one in terms of the stocks that are present in each area during each season. It's not necessarily one-to-one from one area to the next. And so that would be really, really difficult to kind of figure out what those impacts would look like in terms of transferring from one area to the other. They're pretty much modeled as like separate individual fisheries. And so it would not be possible to reallocate those impacts. And if Derek wants to add anything I said, go for it, Derek.
thanks, Kirsten. And also maybe to add to that, as we develop fisheries, in our list of agreed fisheries that we agreed to with the co-managers, we have set limits for each of the areas, and that's what we're beholden to.
Pat Patillo. Amazing to think how complicated that you could make it in season, isn't it? You could even do more than we do right now. No, don't want to do that. My point, though, is about in-season management and ways to reduce the intensity. And I'd like to know, related to this, anything that you could tell us about the development of the conservation payback program for Stillaguamish. And so hold that one, Mark, since you're probably the guy to answer that. But related to that is, the increased frequency of emergency in-season management. You could explain that by the things we were talking about earlier, like increased effort and concentration of seasons and all that. But a lot of it just has to do with the fact that there's some fisheries, there's 3 quotas. And if you want to increase your chances of having a quota exceeded, well, expand the number of quotas. And these are averages too, the predictions that are used in the modeling. And so that probably means that on average, you're going to exceed those quotas half the time. And if you have 3 of them, that even increases your chances of emergency action, destabilizing the sport fishery all the more. Okay, well, with that, aren't there ways to, or possibilities of taking into account all of the different quotas, the elements of those quotas, that is sublegals, marked versus sublegals versus legal, marked versus unmarked, catch by itself, or encounters, and combine them. Well, yeah, there certainly are ways to do that because we know that in terms of the conservation effect, focus on Stillaguamish, it's an exploitation rate, it's an adult equivalent exploitation rate, and not all of those elements, sublegals, marked, unmarked, are the same. Fish that you release have a far less impact than fish that you catch. Obviously, they're dead. And sublegals have a much lower adult equivalent weight or value or impact, total impact, than adult fish. So combining them makes sense if you could come up with one quota. Okay, here's my pitch, total mortality index. So I proposed that a year or so ago to the department and haven't really heard anything about it. You guys are busy. But is something like that still a possibility? I think there's a lot of good reasons to support something like that. I know how tough it is to make progress with a new concept quickly, takes time. I hope something like that, the idea is still alive. Mark, here's your microphone.
Thanks, Pat. I may look to Derek a little bit, but the co-managers just in regards to the Stillaguamish payback provision that's in the harvest management plan. The co-managers recently came together. This was the first year that we were running those calculations in a kind of postseason assessment heading into a fishery planning year. There was, I think, one state fishery that exceeded what we expected, but in the aggregate, we were below kind of the levels that we needed to be at to not kind of implement that conservation payback provision. And correct me if I got anything wrong there, Derek.
That's correct, Mark. I think there was, I think there might have been 3 fisheries, and I don't want to misspeak, that we went very slightly over on. But overall, we were under on the conservation payback.
So, and in regards to your second point about different management strategies that the department may consider, we have had some initial conversations, over the past year. I think it's the tribes are not blind or immune to a lot of the struggles that we deal with in implementing our fisheries, and we do have some ongoing conversations. Oftentimes that occurs at more of a regional level than, more of a all the tribes at the table kind of conversation. So I would just say that apologies that we haven't provided a formal response to your idea around total mortality. I would say a lot of that is because we're still kicking it around and trying to think about it. And, we have, like I said, we have had some discussions about different ways that we can approach, as you said, not having 3 quotas to kind of guide our fishing management in a season. And to your point, I think in a lot of ways it makes sense because especially for trying to explain these things to our fishing public, basically talking about things in terms of a total mortality is a lot easier to answer or it's a lot easier for folks to understand than an encounter, and some of those die and some of those don't and that kind of thing. So thank you for poking us on that again, Pat. Appreciate the encouragement and the ideas. So are there another more online?
Okay, next online we have William. William, you can go ahead. William, you can unmute.
I did. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Thank you for accepting my call. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all the hard work that everyone at that table does. And I don't envy you one bit. I've been watching these videos now for several years, and I have a general comment, and it may not sit well with some people, but I wish that the department would, from my perspective, change its focus from finding ways of limiting our fishing opportunity to finding ways of expanding our fishing opportunity. Now, I've only been fishing since 2015 in Marine Area 11. And as Bart mentioned, we've gone from hundreds of days to 14 days of fishing in Marine Area 11 and leaving something like 70% of our catch available out there. Let me give you a couple of examples just from this meeting alone and where I'm coming from. Almost every graph and picture that was shown and almost every discussion was about ways of and preparing us to listen for ways of limiting our fishing opportunity this year. Almost every one of them. From the weather reports to I think the catch per unit. It was flavored in that general direction, which everyone recognizes, by the way, that graph is very misleading. When you put hundreds of people fishing one marine area, specifically 11, the catch per day is going to obviously go up. Fishing area 11, I counted over 200 boats one day out there fishing from my perspective. So yeah, the catch is going to go up. And also, no, I'll leave it at that. I've been asking for several years now and haven't gotten an answer yet, but can anyone show me where the Stillaguamish fish, once they're down in area 11, maybe area 10, maybe area 13, when they're down here, do they really go back to the Stillaguamish and migrate back up that river and spawn? They may, I don't know, but I can't find any of that information. We are being limited by Stillaguamish fish and now Nisqually fish. And if you can't show that the fish return, why is it being constrained against us? Now, if there are studies, great, I would accept that. But I haven't seen anything along that line. Let's see. Also, the reason I'm asking that, because I've seen a couple of pie charts that were put out, I believe, by the department that show that Stillaguamish fish are down here year-round. And again, if they're not returning, why are they being counted against us? And I don't understand where this sub-legal encounter rate, which limits our fishing in the areas, where this has come from. Where biologically, how does that help us recover salmon in the Puget Sound area? As Bart brought out, just days before we released 120,000 sublegal fish, and yeah, I'm sure some of those were caught. I mean, they're 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-inch fish, but the other thing is the test fishers are professional fishermen and fishing ladies. They're a fisher. I am not. I don't fish every day. I don't have that experience. I don't have the network that most people have. Yes, I know some people that are out there on the water. I fished almost 10 years before I caught my first Chinook out in Area 11. And yet I am being counted as one of those that in the numbers. How do you take into the account that a lot of the people out there are part-time recreational fishermen and anglers? Do you take those into account? I'm not sure about that. And the other thing is, I think Kirsten had mentioned voluntary trip reports. 2 years ago, I filled those out and sent them in. And I asked how are they used, and the reply I got is they're not being used on a daily basis. They may look at them at the end of the year. So I stopped submitting voluntary trip reports last year. Someone else I know who communicates with the department was told that fishermen lie. I don't know if that's true or not, but if you're not going to use them, why am I going to submit them? Why am I going to take a few minutes to do it online? Or I have paper copies I can give to them at the dock. So again, I wish you'd change your vision from limiting to expanding our opportunities. I really didn't have any questions per se, but again, I appreciate the hard work that you in the department do. And you implied at the last Zoom meeting that it's not all roses in the negotiations, and I understand that. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Derek, we are looking at a return size of the Stillaguamish of 893 fish. That is below the 900 LAT number. It says in the comprehensive management plan that when forecasted total run size is less than the LAT, the low abundance threshold, the parties will meet as necessary prior to the March meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council to develop an agreed framework for consideration of management actions during the NOF process. Is that meeting being done? Are we going to manage or model below the LAT of 9%?
The number that you were referencing there, was that a 2023 return or was that a 2024 forecast?
24 forecast.
For the 2024 forecast, as you look at that, that's the age 3 through 5 fish, and included in that is the age 2 fish. And when you include the age 2 fish, I believe the forecast number for 2024 is 983.
Did we get that on a piece of paper today?
On the piece of paper, I wanted to put everything in terms of the same units, and the way that we get forecasts is slightly different across different areas. So it's all in terms of age 3 through 5 abundance.
Oh, okay.
So we won't be in that discussion category. We'll be at a 9%.
We're going to be above a 900. So at 9%. Okay. Is there a reason why we don't get a printout that has that actual number?
Just putting everything in the same format.
Okay.
We don't have we don't have 2 forecasts for every area. So.
Okay. Thank you.
And online, we're going to go to Travis. Travis, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I totally forgot this question when I asked later, but thank you for picking up after me. I have an issue, and I think a lot of people have an issue with transparency. You know, I understand the states. I think you guys are doing your job pretty well, but what I think's happening is I think there's some manipulation going on between the treaty fisheries and the state. And I think the state's getting taken advantage of. We've always been transparent with our catches for the year, our quotas. As far as I'm aware, does the treaty tribes provide yearly catch results like we do? And how many hatchery and how many native fish were caught? And if they're not, somebody needs to put their foot down, because if they're co-managers, we need to be transparent. And why I'm thinking that is you look what's going on down on the Skokomish River at George Adams Hatchery. That is a state-funded hatchery. And the tribe has decided they're not going to allow sports fishermen to fish the river, as far as I understand. Now, my question is, how many surplus hatchery fish have been returned into the hatchery? And how many fish has the tribe netted? Can you explain if that's a true statement that the tribe is not providing catch numbers so we can determine really if our treaty rights are being violated? Because it's a 50-50 share. And if it's not being shared 50-50, that is totally against the agreement. Can any of you answer any of those questions?
Hey, Travis, Derek here. So on the first question about tribal reporting, there are reports publicly available online that you could see tribal catch aggregations. So if you were to look at, for example, the Pacific Fishery Management Council reports, particularly the review of ocean fisheries report, is one that you can look at for coastal and across Puget Sound. Another one that you could look at is the Pacific Salmon Commission. Through the Chinook Technical Committee, we put out a report each year called the Catch and Escapement Report, and that one also has numbers in there that you could look at. As far as the question about returns to the hatchery on Skokomish, maybe if I could put Mark down on the spot, I see him in the room. If you wanted to speak to that, Mark.
I'm just trying to think in terms of the surpluses that we're seeing. Am I coming through okay on this? Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of the surpluses that we're seeing there at the hatchery, it is largely a function of the 50% recovery exploitation rate on Chinook that we see high surpluses of Chinook to the hatchery Chinook. It is true that those surpluses would be reduced somewhat by a mark selective fishery in the river. So, that is a valid issue. But the issues involving why there is not a fishery on the river are more political issues than they are technical issues at this time. And I would defer those political issues to somebody like the other Mark.
Well, and here's the issue with that is I'm not sure how much the state puts into that hatchery every year, but that's taxpayer money to raise fish to be caught by sportsmen, recreational, commercial fishermen. For the tribe to come in and say, you're not to fish, whether it's political or whatever it is, the state needs to grow a sack and
We're going to move on to the next question.
All right. This is Zach again. Just gonna have a comment first, and then narrow down into a specific question. But I've heard a lot of folks here today and other times talking about the legacy of fisheries and the frustration with as we've seen some of these important and traditional fisheries disappear, and I think those are all very reasonable, and I empathize with that. And I think these things should be considered. But as someone that really doesn't remember the good old days, I wasn't around back then. I want to put in a plug for the more adaptive management practices. I think we are, as we've all seen, we're in a very different situation now than we were even 10 years ago. The stilly clipped fish is totally new, is a really big binding factor on us that wasn't as much of a impact in the past. We've seen that anglers are increasingly willing to travel. I think it's notable that if it was just that people were getting better at catching fish, you'd expect to see the Area 10 numbers increasing alongside some of the other areas, and you also might expect just the population growth, being concentrated in in the Seattle region. But the fact that Area 10 is flat while these other areas have spiked, in some parts shows that more people are, and even just the raw effort numbers, number of boats per day, I think you've seen people be willing to travel. And I just want to urge us to be cautious about unnecessarily limiting our options by focusing on the way things have been done in the past. Now, I think that in-season management, lets us open more fisheries in case catch rates are lower. If you say that to be confident that we can make the whole season, we need to have a much larger quota than otherwise. And if catch rates end up being lower, that ends up being stuff that's left on the table. If I have to choose between checking my email or the website and potentially not getting access to those fish another time, I would rather fish. And I think that maybe a compelling sort of compromise would be going more with the Marine Area 7 summer approach, not in the sense of everything opportunity going away, but in the sense of printing the first opening, printing what you're really confident can stay open, and then extending fisheries but getting approval for longer. So like I know we said Marine Area 7 printed in the pamphlet, it's going to be open for 1 weekend, but there's approval to continue opening it for more 3-day openers throughout the summer. And I think that if we, consider taking that approach, or maybe, whatever we're, 80, 80, 90%, 95% confident that quota can last for, have that be what's printed, but get the approval to make it go longer, just as a way that people can, we can have something that feels more reliable, or something that, okay, I can feel confident this part will still be open, but also allows us to get access to those fish. And then question-wise, I know Lake Washington Chinook have been a rare bright spot sort of, last year and then this year again, and sort of no mention of it being a binding constraint. But speaking of things the way we've always done them, Shilshole Bay is closed specifically, I believe, to protect these Lake Washington Chinook. And so is that because, so I'm wondering if there's opportunity to either open Shilshole Bay just to be open concurrently with Area 10, or if it's managed as a terminal fishery, to come up with some sort of method to get access to those Lake Washington fish, or even just take pressure off some of the other fish if it's still within the same Marine Area 10 quota. Thank you.
So Zach, where you started off there was a really good summary of some of the constraints and some of the things that we're trying to tackle with and wrestle with each year. Where you started there talking about how there's been a change to our management objectives. Things are more tightly constrained than they might have been in the past. And then also talking a little bit about the effort. There was a gentleman that was talking on the line here about kind of the changes that we've seen in Marine Area 11. And so as he was speaking, I was just trying to look up some of the data here. And looking between 2010 and 2017 in the May to June period, we were typically open in Area 11 for 30 days. That was the standard kind of season during that time period. And we would catch about 500 fish during that period. And then as we look at more recent years, since about 2017, we've really seen kind of that increasing number of catch per day needed. So for example, where an average of about 500 fish would have been necessary in that there's, early to mid 2010s. Now what we saw last year, for example, was a catch of 1,000 fish in 8 days. So that's an example of kind of what we're seeing there, and an example of how we're trying to kind of maximize the opportunity that we can have as we see these tighter constraints and these increasing catch trends. As far as Lake Washington, maybe I'll let Ed or somebody else speak to that one if they know a little bit more about that.
Joe ran away. Okay. What I'll say before I hand the mic to Joe is, last year, I think we saw some really positivity around the return to Lake Washington, both on the Chinook and Coho side. I think if we saw some consistency, we could definitely start those conversations about triggers that may open Shilshole Bay, or and then we can think about those discussions of what lake opportunity may look like if we start seeing better consistency in those runs. So I'll hand it to Joe to see if I said something wrong or if he has anything he wants to add.
I think you got most of that right, Mark. Some of the things that constrain fisheries also out in front in the marine areas would be concerns to Steelhead stocks, adding an additional fishery that we haven't had for a really long time. Also, Cedar River Chinook are a concern. They're not low abundant, but they're also not highly.
Okay, our next person online is Larry. Larry, go ahead.
Hi, hey, my questions, comments, and I'd like to commend is for Kelly Cunningham here, and I'd like to commend him and the department and staff for this program. Before I get into that, I'm from Yakima. You mostly hear me, I fish at Willapa and the Cowlitz, and then sometimes up the south. And trust me, I've spent way too many hours and hours and hours on what I'm about to ask about. Here, a guy from the Eastern Washington here, I've seen the progress made in places like the Priest Rapids hatchery successes in Grant County and Washington Wildlife. I look at their M&E program and see the successes of that and know that the M&E programs over here in Eastern Washington, and Kelly and I talked about this once before, have shown some success. We as recreational fishermen are so dependent on hatchery success. You know, from my side of things, I see that they're based more on production model and adult return goals, whereas the successful hatcheries have made some changes in that to work at working on adult return goals and changing some of their management programs to improve that. My question to Kelly, really, and the other staff here is in regards your relatively new M&E program that you've instituted recently. What are the goals of the M&E program? And then can you update it on the progress of the M&E, update on progress of the M&E program? And then when we'll be able to see those results here? So again, I want to commend you all for doing that. And I know it takes time, you know, on my side of things, that, you know, that's probably one of the biggest changes that can be made here, to look at your hatcheries, see if they're successful or not, and make the changes to make them, and then, you know, set their goals too. So Clay, could you update us on the M&E program?
So Larry, there's really nobody in the room here to have any kind of updates on the M&E. We're really here to talk about fisheries planning for this year and not necessarily hatchery programs or M&E programs. I know they are big contributors to our fisheries, but if you have specific questions about our M&E programs or how we're rolling those out, I would encourage you to reach out to Kelly Cunningham. He's a good contact for that and can direct you.
My apologies. I kind of stepped in a little bit late here. And that, but it's a big deal. You know, we're dependent on hatchery success. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Dan Stoffer from Snow King Puget Sound Anglers. And much like Zach, I would also like to talk about Lake Washington Chinook. I was very surprised by the return at the locks last year, and it actually came up in north of Falcon the previous year whether we should try for Lake Washington opportunity, and I deferred. I thought the forecast was too low, and I've been regretting that ever since. I don't think any opportunity we look at for those fish should be in Shoal Bay. I would like them to be counted at the locks before they go in. And I'm interested in exploring through the process this year trigger points, and whether that it would relate to the forecast, or much like Sockeye, if we're looking at a hard number of fish through the locks. I don't think there's very many other people in this room can say what I'm about to say, but I actually participated in the Lake Washington Chinook fishery as a boy in the 80s, and it was predominantly a jig fishery in the north end of the lake. I think the Cedar River concerns could be addressed by having north of the 520 bridge, or perhaps north of Juanita Bay. We can discuss all of that. The last time we seriously discussed the Lake Washington Chinook opportunity, I think, was about 12 or 15 years ago on a strong Issaquah return. And there was a sticking point as to whether it should be a fin clip fishery or any Chinook fishery between us and the co-managers. At the time, I was strongly in favor of a fin clip only fishery. But since then, I do know the Renton Puget Sound anglers have been doing a Chinook egg box program in many of the Lake Washington tributaries. And tomorrow at our state board meeting, much like Rob, I'll be giving my report of today's activities. And I want to hear their opinion on whether it should be a fin clip or any Chinook. And just please keep in mind as the process gets open, as we discuss different things, that we'd like this to stay on the table and get some language into the loaf so that if we have another return like we did last year, so far above the forecast, that there's some in-lake impacts for the sportsmen to take advantage of. Thank you.
Sorry, Derek.
I just want to say thanks, Dan. I remember those discussions last year that occurred in these meetings. And Aaron Bosworth, when we were looking at it last year, was looking particularly at the northern end of the lake as he was making those considerations. I just pulled up the forecast that we had for last year in Lake Washington, which it sounds like maybe it exceeded that, but our forecast last year was around 5,500 fish, and for this year, in terms of hatchery. And for this year, it looks like for hatchery Chinook, it's 7,600 approximately. So we'll keep that in mind. We'll circle up with our regionals and maybe we might have more information on the 13th.
I was just going to add that we're actually in the process of starting up a new monitoring project in the locks as well, using hydroacoustic arrays. It's primarily going to be targeted at out migrating juveniles to start out with, but we will have some capability to kind of do more work in the locks. So I would just say, we're hoping to expand that program eventually, but I would just say stay tuned. There could be a lot more information coming out of the locks. We're about to start doing a lot of work in there. Actually, in what, Alex, like a couple of weeks, we're down T minus like less than a month before we start working on that for real. So yeah, so a lot more to come from there. So just stay tuned.
Okay, online we have Kurt. Kurt, go ahead.
Afternoon, guys. I'm Kurt Kramer. I'm a independent fish and fishing advocate. And I've been involved, I think this is my 30th year of North of Falcon. I haven't been quite as graybeard as, say, Pat or Dan or Norm, but I've been around for a while. Been around long enough, I can remember in the late 90s that Marine Area 11 was open 365 days a year. But at the same time, Marine Areas 5, 6, 7, no, it's 5, 6, 9, and the north half of 10 were closed. And it's hardly surprising that Marine Area 11 had some pretty good fishing back in those days. And, and the bottom line is fisheries change. We talked about the Still-Squamish, and first of all, the Still-Squamish problem is not going away. One of the hats I wear is I'm a member of the Evergreen Fly Club Conservation Committee, and I occupy their chair at the Still-Squamish Watershed Council. And they just recently did some modeling, and best estimates are with all the recovery work they can do, by 2050, there'll be only 60% as many Chinooks in the Still-Squamish as there is today. And by 2080, there'll only be 50%. So this problem is not going to go away. We're going to have to find ways to deal with that and move forward. And the gentleman asked the question, why has the Still-Squamish become such a big issue for that? And the answer really is pretty straightforward. Starting in 1984, the Still-Squamish tribe forego fishing in the Still-Squamish for salmon, and Chinook in particular, for over 3 decades. And in those 3 decades, up until the middle 2000 teens, we as recreational anglers got to use a big portion of their 50% to support our recreational fisheries. They finally got tired of waiting for their river to recover and began to take their fair share of the resource, which meant we had to take less. And that's when the Still-Squamish Chinook became a really big issue. And there's a whole host of reasons why it's in trouble. Climate change is a big role. Habitat's a big role. For some reason, it seems the Chinook smolts have lower survivals than the rest of Puget Sound, and people are looking hard for those answers. But until we get some better answers to those questions, the Still-Squamish problem is not going to go away. I mean, early in this afternoon's discussion, there was a lot of discussion about monitoring, and probably half the discussion that we had today is indirectly or directly a result of people having a difficult time finding what is being monitored and how to find that information. I mean, the state, to the credit, they do mark selective fishing reports every year. They have them going back, was it Derek, back to 2004 maybe? And, you know, in the latest on just posted is 2022, where they summarize all the creel checks, how many fish they checked, how many anglers there are, estimates, sizes of fish they checked, and then in the appendix, they have all the coated wire tags they recovered. You can go in there and find all the information you want. And they've done a really good job in it. In some other areas, they don't do so good. You know, on the Skycomish River, there's been a Chinook fishery in the river, I want to say from about 2004 or 2005. And that's been monitored every year, but you can't find a single report on that monitoring. You know, Still-Guamish has been monitored. We can't find a report on that. You know, the last 2 years has been intensive coho management, monitoring in Area 10 coho fisheries. And, you know, it'd be really nice for some of the discussions we have if we could find some draft summaries of what the findings are. What, to Norm's point, what were the Chinook impacts? What was the coated wire findings when, you know, the fish you sampled in June or July? What was the coated wire origin of the coho that are entering that fishery? So we can understand the complexities of some of these issues. For those that are interested, they can find that information. I think providing that information would greatly increase the public's assessment of the agency and their transparency, and it would give people a chance to check things out and learn about things. You know, Derek mentioned the other day, a little while ago, the catch and escapement reports. If I remember correctly, that's a co-manager report, is it not? And if so, why do I have to go to the Indian, you know, why can't I find that on the department's website? And why can't I find the smolt trap information on the Skagit River, which is a co-management effort between the Department of WFW and the Skagit tribes, and how many smolts to clap? I can't find a report post 2004. I know they're still doing it, but whenever there's a tribe and a co-manager report, it seems like the agency can't or will not post that information, get it really available. It would really help to get that information available. You know, the gentleman asked about this escapements and surplus fish at, you know, George Evans. That information is all available on the department's hatchery escapement reports. If you go in there, it'll tell you exactly how many fish they trapped and exactly how many fish they surplus and what they spawned and how many eggs they took and what the mortalities were in holding them in the hatchery. That information is all readily important. In line with my philosophy of trying to be part of the solution rather than the problem, I would volunteer some of my time next summer to work with agencies, I&E staff, and maybe some of the department's salmon staff, and try to develop a layman's guide to north of Falcon and how to access a lot of the information we have out there. You know, to an earlier point, how to help demystify some of this process so folks that have big questions can find where to go look and muse about it. Not only will they become more informed, they will be able to ask better questions, and ultimately we'll all benefit from that. I've listened this afternoon, and I probably have a dozen questions, but that's, you know, we need to figure out how to get better information to more people so we can have better discussions. You know, the agency's been, you know, the fact that we avoided Still-Guamish conservation paybacks is a testament to how hard the staff worked to ensure that we didn't overfishing those stocks and have to pay that back. It would be an absolute disaster. We'd potentially be looking at virtually no fishing. And so the staff does a really good job. It's just that they're so busy doing the job, we sometimes don't get the information we need to appreciate the job they're doing or to understand how they're doing their job. And rather than go on in great length, I think I'll just leave it at that. Again, thank you for your time and the job you guys do.
Before I hand the mic off, really appreciate that, Kurt, and great to hear your voice. The most recently adopted commission policy back in January directed the department to basically do a better job with providing information, and we are diligently working on that direction. Hopefully we'll have some improvements in time the next 6 months or so. So again, appreciate your feedback, Kurt.
I was only going to say with the counts at the locks, you might be able to look at what the actual run size is before you open Lake Washington and have a planned emergency emergency opener, if you will, so that you make sure that you're within the guidelines you need to support.
Thanks, Rob.
Okay, our next hand online is Carl. Carl, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, first I want to recognize, Kurt Kramer, and Pat Patillo as, two of the brightest minds and kindest hearts that, as an example of staff that WDFW hired in the past and have continued to work diligently as citizens to support recreational fishing. So I really appreciate both of their participation, both Kurt and Pat today and every year in this process, and dedicating their lives to that. And I know the department at this time also has some very brilliant minds working in salmon management and modeling. So I just want to recognize that, and I appreciate that very much. So a couple folks have mentioned about accessing this Lake Washington Chinook, and I agree with Dan Stoffer that accessing them in the north end of the lake, if you do get a robust run to Lake Washington, I think that's a great idea. If it ever happens, if you could, if there's a way to put aside a little bit of impacts for a little fishery up there, that's really cool. But you definitely want to be really careful about considering this Shoal Bay closure. That closure and the Elliott Bay buffer came along with some pretty nice little agreed to savings on encounters for Chinook in the modeling. So if you give up one of those buffers or bubbles or closures or whatever you want to call them, you might end up seeing more of an uptick in encounters on stocks of concern than you expected. So just something to consider. I think those closures are probably in place for a while. I don't remember what the number is, but I know the Elliott Bay closure, it was pretty significant savings for having that buffer in there. And that does raise a concern about the reality of it. The FRAM model's giving you an agreed to savings, and if you're not recognizing that in reality, how does that play out? Something to think about. But going back to the gentleman in Marine Area 11 that was asking about the how do you get so many stillyfish in Marine Area 11 versus Area 10? I have a couple comments about that Marine Area 11 discussion. The time on the water, the effort. Let's start with that. 1,000 fish in 8 days or whatever it was. Significant effort to Chinook fishing in recent years. I think that's an example of how we can look at the potential for a greater number of days coho fishing versus Chinook fishing. I want to go back to when I started doing charters in 1995, and somebody else mentioned how great the fishing was in Marine Area 11 when we had all these closures on the Strait and Area 9. Back in the late 90s, there was zero Chinook fishing in northern Puget Sound. And they had a pilot selective Chinook fishing in the Straits at CQ. As the beginning of our marked selective fisheries. It was kind of an exciting time because we were starting to expand our marked selective fisheries, and we were decades away from an agreement to manage for hatchery component in our fisheries for the Stillaguamish marked hatchery component. But so when I started, there was this fantastic fishing in Puget Sound for resident coho and mature coho, and just incredible Chinook catch and release fishing. The reason I mention this is, I'm talking about the value of time on the water, because, if we conduct a Chinook fishery and it's relatively short-lived, and then we close fishing and we cancel fishing trips for folks, Well, this denies some people the opportunity to go out and catch a Chinook and release it when they're harvesting their coho. I have countless photos from the 90s and 2000s, and I have some incredible ones hanging in my boat. The look on these kids' faces when they're holding up the Chinook on the edge of the boat and they're just, their jaws are just hanging, and they can't believe they have to let this incredible beauty go. But this is an experience that, you know, if we went and conducted, you know, put all our eggs in the basket of Chinook harvest and then closed the fishery, this kid never would have had that experience, never would have got to see that fish swim away, and never would have had the entire day and go home and eat a couple delicious, you know, resident coho with some lemon on it and tartar sauce and the memory of a Chinook. So those things are really valuable. You know, to me, it's just not even a question. Yes, we want to harvest some Chinook. We want to have a Chinook season. But let's try to balance that with some significant time on the water for coho. So getting back to that sample size, you know, how do we know that there are more Stiligwamish fish in Marine Area 11? So this is my question. What is the sample size? How many Stiligwamish fish have been caught in Area 11? What were their size? What time of year were those tags recovered? Same question for areas, you know, 7, 9, and 10. And is that value evolving? Are you continuing to recover tags? And will the stock composition continue to evolve as you gather data? Because I understand that the sample size is not real big. Thank you.
I can start with the sample size and Marine Area 11 there, Carl. And the short answer is that I'd have to look into it to find out exactly what those sample sizes are. But the longer answer is also that if you were interested, once again, the Armis data is public. You can go in and query it yourself and look at how it's changing across times in different areas. If we were to look at this in analysis, and this is just speculation, I'd have to actually go into the data to look. But our fisheries have changed in terms of seasons quite a bit in recent years. And so where you might see a wider distribution across times in the tags, if you were looking back historically, you have to put that in the context of the seasons that are open. So just be paying attention to, if you don't see them in recent years in certain time periods, pay attention to kind of what the regulations were if you do such an analysis, Carl.
And I might also add, Carl, when you talked about delicious salmon, we're going on 1:30, I think, and wasn't very nice of you. So
It looks like we have a hand up from Wendell online. Go ahead.
So for a number of years, excuse me, a number of years now, we've been restricted with no winter fisheries in area 6 or 7. Yet a 15-minute run, and we're in Canada where they have 2 fish, doesn't matter hatchery or wild, that runs from 5 to 6 months. What impacts are those on the Stiligwamish? How is that being reconciled with the rest of the data?
So I think I might have missed part of the question because it's a little bit tough to hear in the room, but I think what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong as I repeat it back, was that in area 6 and 7, there has been no winter fishing for Chinook in recent years. And in Canada, there's non-selective fishing that's occurring in just across on the other side of the strait. So kind of what's the impact of one versus the other in terms of those 2 fisheries? I just want to check and make sure that I got that correct.
That's correct.
Yep. So For that one, we do model in our models. We model West Coast Vancouver Island troll and sport, as well as the other Canadian fisheries. We have one in the Strait of Juan de Fuca that we model. And as we look at those impacts, we do find that a lot of the impacts on the Stillaguamish stock are occurring in those Canadian fisheries. Those are some of the largest hitters on the stock along the West Coast. If you were interested in what those impacts were, we could look at that in the FRAM modeling, or alternatively on the Pacific Salmon Commission website, there's another model that the Northern process uses through the CTC, the Chinook Technical Committee, and they have reports online there that shows the distribution of those impacts across the different Canadian fisheries.
Okay, I just wanted to know that if it was being considered.
So in line with that caller's question, Derek, maybe whomever else, but when we're in our PFMC meetings, what's the level of the department's advocacy for reducing those fisheries on? I know we don't have jurisdiction over, but what's the level of the attempt to advocate for that Stillaguamish impact being reduced? Because I do recall last year, I think the overall run mortalities is significantly mostly impacted outside of our fisheries. So what is the state and what is the department doing to petition for more? I don't want to say the word reduction in their fisheries again. We can't ask them to do that, but we reduce our fisheries again to limit impacts on Thompson River, Coho. What is being done at these meetings, these intergovernmental meetings, to where we're addressing that larger amount of overall run mortalities of Stillaguamish fish happening outside of our fisheries?
So you mentioned the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and a lot of this occurs when we're looking at the management of international fisheries through the Pacific Salmon Commission. So we recently agreed to a new new provisions of the Pacific Salmon Treaty for Chinook. And one of the key stocks that we were looking at in those negotiations was Stillaguamish. Through those negotiations, we agreed to, I just want to scroll down to make sure that I get it correct in the treaty here, but we did agree to a specific limit on the Canadian fisheries and their impact on the Stillaguamish stock. And before I misspeak, let me look up exactly what that was. It was relative to the 2009 through 15 average impact on those Canadian fisheries in Stillaguamish, and I believe, one second. Thanks, James. So 85% of our impact between 2009 and 2015. And James looks like he has a follow-up there.
That's the reduction in the Canadian fishery that was agreed to. Our level was held at 100% of those years' averages. So we didn't reduce ours further, but Canada agreed to reduce their impact specific to Stillaguamish by 15%. We're held to that through the Pacific Salmon Treaty process.
And then also, Derek sits on the Chinook Technical Committee. They go back and do code wire tag analysis every year. And I think the most recent report, Pat just got in my ear about it, but I think the most recent report said that all those Canadian fisheries were consistent with those ISBM requirements that are spelled out in the treaty.
Yeah, to follow up with that, Mark, there has been a significant reduction in certain time periods along West Coast Vancouver Island and in Georgia Strait and in JDF for Canada, specifically related to regulations that they've been putting out for killer whales. And specifically during the earlier time period, the May-June time period, we've seen some pretty big changes there.
Oh, great. So safe to say that there is actual verbiage in these discussions that these other folks will just, the Canadian, the DFO, that actually there's verbiage on protections to Stillaguamish fish.
Yeah, there are. And as James pointed out, and reductions actually relative to historic impacts.
Right. And that's where, do we know where those reductions are occurring? I mean, again, I know it's not our fishery, but do we know where they are? I mean, I think the last couple. Okay. Thank you.
So it looks like we're bereft of questions online. Are there any other kind of questions or comments in the room before we start to move towards next meeting? Looks like Alex got another one.
Last year we saw a circumstance with the Snohomish River system, I believe, where we were forecasted to come in above. You can remind me, Derek, if it was either above the lat or it was above the upper threshold. And then in the last couple weeks of negotiations, after the Canada numbers came through, we then decided to manage that fishery below what the actual forecast was. My layman's terms, we moved the goalposts. Can you talk about the circumstance that we could see that happen again, specifically in the Still-Guamish, being that our forecast number is so close to the low abundance threshold?
So I don't recall any change that we made to Snohomish Chinook last year. Was it Snohomish Coho or Chinook that you meant?
It was either, it could have been on the Sky actually too, but I'm trying to remember that we decided to manage it as if it was forecasted less than what it was actually forecasted. And it was a change that happened in the last couple of weeks. Was it the Sky? It was the Sky.
I don't know if I can speak to that one. Maybe we can have
Okay,
looks like Mark
great.
wants it, but I do want to follow up with the comment that you had on Still-Guamish in just a moment in the forecast this year.
Chad Herring, who's a policy analyst with our intergovernmental team, said that he would like to take this one. So go ahead, Chad.
Thanks, everyone. That's a good question, Alex. There was a quite a bit of maneuvering on the Snohomish escapement rates last year as we moved through the process. A part of that's due to kind of how the Snohomish stock is impacted across all fisheries. Snohomish is one of the stocks that's got a really heavy northern impact. Derek, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but so when those northern fisheries come in, when we finally get those inputs in the process, it can kind of change things a little bit. As we started out through the process last year, we have two kind of things that we look in the Snohomish, right? The Sky Comish and the Snoqualmie, as you referenced. It was the Sky Comish that came in modeling below the lower abundance threshold, and so that put us in the category where we were at a critical response ceiling. I believe that's 20% or an 8.3 SUS. So really, it wasn't necessarily. It was kind of mistiming in the process a little bit in terms of when we got those Canadian things and kind of shifted that impact a little more than what we expected to earlier on in the process. And so, yeah, it lead to some wrangling later on.
Go ahead with your comment, Derek.
And then following up on Still-Guamish, being at 983 in the forecast, I think it would be extremely unlikely if we fell below 900. If you think about kind of the what we're modeling to in terms of mortalities at the moment, looking at the new abundances last year's fishery run, it comes out in the southern U.S. as 9.4%. So I wouldn't expect any big changes from the southern U.S. fisheries. In terms of Canadian fisheries and Canadian forecasts, that does have some ability to kind of change what we see in the modeling in terms of what's returning. So that's actually a driving reason as to why when we're going into some of our early modeling exercises, we kind of put a range of Still-Guamish mortalities that we think might be available throughout the process. But even so, I would be very surprised if we saw any Canadian fishery updates that would cause that to reduce escapement by 80 fish. It would be a very large change.
Okay, thank you. Per the comprehensive salmon management plan, though, isn't there verbiage in that would allow discretion to manage as desired, even if we were close to that number? I mean, even if it reduced by 60, so now we're down in the ballpark of 920-ish fish. Per the plan, isn't it still within reason for the co-managers and or the state to still come and implement a different management plan as if we are below the 900 LAT?
I suppose from my perspective, as the co-managers are going through the planning process, we have an upper limit. If there was an agreement to manage to a lower threshold, then I guess that could affect things. But if we're above 900, whether it's 920, whether it's 983, or whether it's something that's between that and the upper management threshold, what the default would be that 9%.
Okay. Okay. I'm just, if I've got no one else in the room, I've kind of got something I've been sitting on here. And Mark, this is going to be kind of maybe something you can help me with. But in the April 16th, 2019 news release following the season setting process for the 1920 seasons, Director Susan was quoted saying that reducing fisheries is not a long-term solution to the declining number of Chinook. He also said the department will continue to working with the co-managers, our constituents, and others to address habitat loss. Without improved habitat, our Chinook population will likely continue to decline. I'd like to acknowledge that there were various projects that the department and state has committed to in unison with Director Susan's comment of habitat repair, the Lekwa Island project, in the Still-Gamish watershed, the Mid-Spencer Island and the EB Slough, and other locations in the Snohomish River Basin. Also the compliance with removing of barriers to salmon and steelhead passage by 2030. But I want to bring attention to the other piece of the director's statement, which was reducing fisheries is not a long-term solution to the declining number of Chinook salmon. We look back to the 17-18 season, combining marine areas 5 and 11, we saw a total of 955 allowable days for marked selective fishing. We saw 1,061 in 18-19. Those numbers reduced to 577 in 1920, and even deeper slash to 337 days in 2021, down to 244 in 21-22. With the continued trend of reduced allowable days moving into 22-23, but the full summary report's not yet available. So the decrease from 955 in 2017 to 2018 compared to 244 in 21-22 is nearly 74.5%. Dating back to 17 and 18, we have an average annual season decrease of 42%. I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but I'm willing to bet that the amount of harvestable Chinook has not decreased by 74% in those past 4 years specifically. The trend of continued opportunity decrease is also paired with the newly enacted 10-year comprehensive salmon management plan, slated to be the sole body of guidance through 32 and 33 that is by design systematically intended to reduce allowable harvest and fishing opportunity. So my question, in lieu of the director being here, for you, Mark, or maybe Mr. Addix, but the obvious trend dating back to the statement that the director made, how would any stakeholder of WDFW not conclude, contrary to the message, that the long-term solution implemented by the department has and is most definitely been reducing fishing opportunities?
So I might jump in and take a crack at it if that's okay. I don't have a Mr. in front of my name, so I hope that's okay still. I would point to kind of the last figure that we put up at the end of this presentation, where we saw the increase in effort that's happened over the same time. And so the days of fishing might have decreased, but the effort has increased. And there was some information that we put up at the town hall too that showed that the relative number of Chinook that have been caught over that same time period has actually not decreased significantly. We're still seeing the same number of fish that are being caught in all of the fisheries if we look at Puget Sound as a whole. But the changes that you're seeing there are more of a reflection of the increasing effort. It's the increasing population of the area. It's the increasing effort on the water. It's the increasing number of people that we're seeing out on the water, and that's increasing that catch per day. And so that's a lot of what's driving that. So I'll kind of pause there and let Mark jump in and see if he's got anything else to add to that. But there's a lot of things that are in play here, that it's not just necessarily the number of days of the season that's open. It's the number of people that are taking advantage of those days of the season as well. So the catch has been pretty steady.
Way better answer than what I had, Kirsten. I would just say, what's gotten better since 2017? What stocks have gotten better? What part of the environment's gotten better? How much habitat area has been increased since then? you know, all these things, as Kirsten said, factor in how many more people have moved to the state since then? How many more people are participating in fisheries? These are all things that we have to balance in order to meet these objectives underneath the ESA, underneath the Pacific Salmon Treaty, Magnuson-Stevens. You know, we're obligated as a resource agency to offer opportunities that stay within those objectives. That's what we try to do every year. We can only do so much because we can only control fishing. We can't control land use decisions. We can't control ingress, egress into the state. I guess we could start moving towards a limited participation model for all our fisheries, but I don't think that's ideal either. So I don't think we have good answers for you, Alex. And with that bright note, I would love to hear from Mr. Kramer again. Go ahead, Kurt.
Kurt, you can unmute.
Yeah, Mark, thank you. It just dawned on me, we were talking about, you know, reduced opportunities and increasing effort. The obvious solution to that is annual limits. You know, you limit the success of the highliners. They can still be on the water, but they have to take somebody else with them. And if nothing else, you may not reduce or increase the numbers of days in water, but you increase the number of people that partake in the harvest of those fish. If we had an annual limit of, say, 5 Puget Sound Chinook, I think you could do a lot. And it's certainly promising enough that we should have some sort of honest discussion during the North of Falcon process, if not this year, certainly by next year, on exploring those kinds of options. I mean, we got to figure out a way to operate as smartly and to use the resource as efficiently as we can that we got to have access to. And I'm not sure in today's age world that, you know, any of us need more than 5 Chinook from Puget Sound.
Any more questions in the room? Thanks, Kurt.
Okay, Bob, you can unmute.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to just back up Kurt's comment. I fished in Alaska or guided in Alaska for years where we could catch 100 plus kings a day in the rivers that I fished in Alaska. And for the last 25 years, the limit has been 4 per year. We have had unlimited amounts that we could catch, but we're only limited to 4. And I've been saying for years that we need to have an annual limit on our fish. I mean, the questions you guys said was, yes, we have increased populations growing. We have continued population growth. We're going to have to figure out how we continue these fisheries. And I think having this discussion around annual limits, and I don't think it just needs to be in Puget Sound. I think it needs to be the whole state. And maybe you do it in ways that you do 5 in the Puget Sound, you do 5 in the ocean, you do 5 in the lower Columbia River, 5 in the upper Columbia River. You know, you can spread those numbers out and still provide access for people to move around the state if they feel like they need more than 5 fish in a year. But I think that's a wonderful idea that really needs to be looked at. I know it's not helping for this year, but I think it's something that really needs to be addressed in the year's future. I was going to comment on this later, and I just thought I'd throw it out there really quick, but I'm a little frustrated in the process today. Here I am on a Zoom call. I would have loved to have listened in on the coastal meetings, but I wasn't provided that access being on a Zoom. I think if we're going to do these big meetings like this in the future and we're going to do breakout rooms, last year we had that access. For some reason today we don't. I've listened in on the Puget Sound one and it's great information, but you know, I'm here on behalf of the Washington State Guide Association, and part of our job as association was to try to put a bunch of people in this process and spread ourselves out. Well, several of us came on the Zoom call because that was our only access today, and we're all stuck in Puget Sound. and we're not doing any favors to our constituents where we can't access those other meetings. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Really appreciate everybody being here today. I appreciate all the thoughtful comments and questions. Your participation is important to us, and I mean that. It's important for us to get your feedback and for us to communicate about these seasons, the complexities we faced in trying to implement them, and to help you better understand how we're trying to do things. So a little bit of a reminder here, what's coming up. Next week, a number of us will be in Fresno, California with the Pacific Fishery Management Council meetings. In just a couple short weeks, we'll be back here in Office Building 2 on the Olympia campus. I think we're going to try some different speakers next time. For those in the room, it's been a little difficult to hear this time, so we're going to try to bring our own set of speakers for the next meeting to facilitate a little better hearing here in the room. To Bob's point, just now, we are going to continue coastal discussions, specifically around freshwater fisheries on the 19th of March. Again, I'm not going to go through all the meetings, but just a reminder, the meetings are on the website. We have lots of opportunities for engagement through the next month or so. And wrapping up in Seattle, we'll have daily briefings from Seattle in April. So just really encourage folks, if you have questions, if you have comments, the online portal for providing comments will be up here in the next short little while. We do want to hear from you. We do consider those comments as we go all the way through the process, even up to the last days where we're dotting I's and crossing T's. So thanks again, everybody. Thanks to everybody at WDFW and the co-managers who helped contribute to all this work so far. And we look forward to our next engagement. Thanks, everybody.